Good morning, everyone. It's 9:01 a.m. Eastern. I'd like to wait maybe 3 or 4 more minutes and we'll begin. Looks like we're still waiting on quite a few people. So. All right, everyone, it's 10 after 9, so I think we'll go ahead and get started. Only have a handful of people this morning. Hopefully I didn't scare everybody off. If you can hear me, could I get a hand raise? All right, fantastic. And you should see my screen. And if you see my screen and it's, we're in Code Expert at the moment, could I get one more hand raise? Okay, great. So let's go ahead and begin here. So yesterday, I think the two exercises we went over and the two topics we really covered in somewhat detail were variables and string variables. And we finished off with lesson 1. We modified a strings.pst file to output a tool table. And then we dealt with some concatenation. So defining a string and then, oops, where did I go? Let me go back to where I was. Sorry about that. Okay, so first we outputted literal strings without any sort of definition being created, and then we modified the post to create these user-defined variables, and then concatenated these lines into stool. So before we go any further, I'd like to do this step 4 for string variables, probably not 5, and then we'll get into something else. We might even skip over lesson 2 in the workbook because we still have a lot to cover. I'd like to launch a poll, actually 2 polls. So the first one, I don't think I launched this yesterday, and I think I did mention though that I tried this in the last training that I did, is I attempted to do what's called a breakout session here in the GoTo training platform. And what that does is it will split everyone up into groups, and you can work together, share your screens, work on a problem, and then we can meet back in 10, 15 minutes, and we can all share our solutions. So this first poll I will launch is going to ask if you'd be interested in doing that. And if you're not, that's perfectly fine. If you are, that's fine too. So I'll launch that poll. If you'd be interested in that, I think the only options are yes or no on this poll. Go ahead and launch that. So you should see it on your screen. Give everyone a minute, and we will carry on. Okay, it has been a minute, and 86% of us have voted. 33% say yes, and 67% say no. So since the majority of you would rather just carry on the way we're doing these things, these exercises, not work in groups, that's fine. So we'll skip the breakout sessions for now. And I want to launch, let me close this poll, one more poll. And this is just me gathering information about how we're doing up to this point. I know we've only had one day, but this is simply asking you how the pace of the course is so far. So if I'm moving too slow, too fast, or everything is great as far as the pace. So you have three options here. We should speed up, the pace is good, or we should slow down. And I will launch that right now as well. Okay, most of us have voted, and 29% say we should speed up, and 71% say that the pace is good. So I think we'll probably continue with our current pace. I might move a little bit faster, but no one says we should slow down. So that's that's good. I'm not moving too fast here. So let me close this poll. We'll start off with one exercise and then move on to numeric formatting. So formatting variables. So we were dealing with string variables yesterday. And what we'll do is this step 4 here, delete everything in p header $, and repeat steps 1 through 3. So I'm in the workbook. So that you now output the following code. And we have a setup list, holder 1, end mill, holder 2, drill, holder 3, tap. And what we want to do is not simply output this with literal strings, but actually create definitions for these string variables. So the file that I'm working with in a Mastercam, I'll open it up. I believe it's just strings.mcam, should be in the package that was sent to you. And then if I post this guy out based on the existing post, then the post you're going to use is strings.pst. And that was my output. I didn't do the concatenation. I believe, yeah, somebody else. Maybe it was Sam. I can't remember, but anyway, one of you sort of taught this lesson for me, which was fantastic, and created some variables up here, some string variables, and then provided the calculation required to get the output that we want. So the only thing I'd like you to do in this exercise is pull the PDF up again. So you'll need to change. You can leave this as is if you've done number 2. STL 1, 2, and 3, and then SEM, SDR, STP for the different tool descriptions. But instead, we wanted to say holder 1 dash end mill, holder 2 is drill, holder 3 is tap. So create your definitions and then use concatenation to create this output here. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, so I'll give you guys 4 to 5 minutes to work on that, and then we can we'll meet back and take a look at a solution. And once again, I encourage if any of you would like to share your solution, I'll give you control, and you can sort of walk us through what you came up with. Otherwise, I'll show you a solution that I come up with. So yeah, 5 minutes or so, and we'll revisit this. And after that, we'll move on from, I don't think we'll do lesson 2. We'll move on from strings and get into formatting variables after that. And I do want to point out in this exercise, you don't necessarily have to use these as your existing variables. You can if you'd like, or you could just create a whole set of new ones. There's more than one way to generate this output here, as long as you generate this output. So I guess an example would be here, instead of using, stool1, you could create a string variable called sHolder for holder, and then you could create, S number 1, S number 2, S number 3, if you'd like, and then create the descriptions. Even though I believe so in this second portion of the lesson that we did yesterday, we already have descriptions created for the different tools. So we have SEM for Nmill. So if you already have that created, you could simply concatenate or add together the description with the new holder information as well. All right, it's been a little while now. Does anyone care to share their solution? Let me unmute everybody. Okay, everyone's unmuted if you care to share your solution. Or you can, make that request in the chat as well. Like I said, there's more than one way to solve this. Sure, Sam. I'll give you control here. All right, you should be the presenter.
Sweet. So I kept everything together again, just for my own personal sake, but I kept doing the concatenation just because I more practice, I guess. But I referred to some of the old ones we made. Just change like holder one, different header lists, more concatenations. I made a little divider so I could divvy them up. Yeah, pretty much this.
Awesome. That looks great. So you actually did the exercise after as well.
Oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to.
No, you're good. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, so
Sweet.
you can see what Sam did here is he created these string variables and actually incorporated a formula into additional string variables, and then in his if you scroll down, contained within his post lines, which are indented from the post block. Our post block is our p header, right? And we have post lines that are indented underneath that, and that creates your output. So what he did is he simply called those desired variables that already contained an equation within them to concatenate all that information. So no, that's great.
Sweet.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so I'll show you another way to do this. And I had had a few errors when I was posting this guy out, just because I was missing some information. So, and this is showing only the exercise 4, I believe. Yeah, in lesson 2 or lesson 1, exercise number 4. Okay. So we didn't output just the literals. I'm using concatenation here, so I'm combining information, creating some definitions. So another way you can approach this, which is a little bit different. So I created these string definitions. The first one is slist, which is our setup list. Maybe I should this PDF here. There we go. Just so we can see our desired output. So this is our desired output here. So the first thing I did is I created this slist, and then I created another string variable sholder and set it initialized it to holder. And then I have str1 through 3, which is a hyphen with a space and then the number. And then I created stool, which was blank. And all stool is doing is that's actually going to create my output, okay? And then blank is simply a space. For SEM, SDR, STP, like the exercise yesterday, I just left those values for end mill, drill, and tap. And I commented out our exercise from yesterday, the first one we did, where we were simply outputting literal strings. So we get 0 output there. So the first thing I did was slist, as far as the first line of output, slist and then $. So that means this is end of line. Let's output slist, which was setup list. So on my NC file, you can see I get setup list. And then on this second post line, I'm simply performing a calculation here. There's no output. I'm just performing a calculation. I say stool, which is a blank variable. There's nothing here. I'm saying it equals s holder plus s blank plus str1 plus s blank plus sem. So moving back up, you have s holder, which it would output holder. And let me zoom out so I don't have to be moving up and down here. Plus s blank, which is a space, plus str1 is -1, plus s blank, another space, plus sem is end mill. So I get this output here, holder -1 end mill. I don't feel like I really need to cover the next two because they follow the same sort of calculation method. The only difference being I'm referring to str2 and str3, and then SDR for drill and STP for tap. Does that make sense to everyone? This concatenation, how it works, simply combining strings together in the event that you'd like to add strings together and have them output on the same line. You have that capability. And strings, remember, they're non-numeric. Even if they're a number contained in quotation marks, they're non-numeric. You cannot perform calculations with them. You can simply combine them or use them as descriptors. Okay, so there are no questions. Let's move ahead. Let's talk about formatting variables. So what is formatting? So let me explain what formatting numeric variables mean. Mastercam, when it's generating coordinates, the precision of the numbers generated in Mastercam are much greater than are required or allowed in NC controls. For example, in your NCI file, a value may look something like 1.236754961, so it will have a ton of decimal places. You obviously don't need that much precision in your NC program. So we need to come up with a way so we can format numbers so they will work on your control. For example, suppose we wanted to format a number to 4 decimal places and round it. So the number I mentioned before was something huge, whatever I said, 1.2367 9461, something like that. So if you wanted to change that to, I'll give you an example here. Let's say we had like something like that. So let's say we wanted this to be formatted to 1.2346. So round it to 4 decimal places. There's a way you can do that, and that's using format statements and format assignments in MP. And another thing you can do is you can add prefixes. Like let's say this was an X move or something, with a format statement and a format assignment, and that's where you actually assign the statement to a variable. You can add a prefix. So if this were an X move, we could say, okay, we want this variable to output X, and then the number associated with it, which comes from the intermediate file, right? And round it to 4 decimal places. Okay, so I mean, it's all dependent upon your machine control and what it requires, and that's why we created, or why we have format statements and format assignments, because different machine controls obviously read values differently and they accept only certain types of values. What functions are used for formatting? So the first thing you have to do is you have to define a format statement, and the format statement will say, this is how I want this number to look, whether we want it formatted to, in the previous example, 4 decimal places or 3 decimal places, or whether we want the number to be modal or not. We will talk about modality later. And after we define a format statement, we need to assign that format statement to a variable. So for example, we could have one format statement that says round our numbers to 4 decimal places. And then we can use that format statement on several tables. We could use it for XYZ output. So one format statement can be applied to several variables through the format assignment. So you could say, create one format statement, round to 4 decimal places, and I want to apply this single format statement to multiple variables. So I could say for X, use it, Y, use it, Z, use it, so on and so forth. So there are 2 ways to define the format statement, and one is FS. Looking at this slide. So one is FS, and that means format statement. Easy to remember, right? And then there's one called FS2. And what FS2 does is it will allow you to have one assignment that will define formats for both inch and metric output in one format statement. So if you're in inch mode, you may format your output to say 4 decimal places. If you're in metric, you may want to only round to 3 places. All right, so most modern posts, and actually I believe 3 decimal places in metric is more precise than 4 in inch. But you see what I'm saying here? You more than likely would, it'd be preferable and more beneficial to you if you're actually writing a post to use FS2 statements and not FS statements, because you don't have that limitation on one unit of measure. FS2 applies to both inch and metric. And most modern posts use FS2 simply because it's more usable throughout the entire world. Okay, so I talked about format assignments already. And the way you create a format assignment is you use FMT, stands for format. And you can assign these formats to specific variables, and the format statement, again, it's where you would define the prefix, like the X that I showed on the screen a little while ago. And you can also define a suffix. Say if you need a string or some characters that go after the number, you can do that as well. So let's talk about the FS function. Okay, so FS tells MP that we're defining a format statement. So we want to declare one. I'll take a look at this example here. So if you notice that on this line, the FS is up against the left margin. All right. So that'd be our left margin. You cannot indent format statements. They have to be up against the left margin in CodeXpert or whatever text editor that you're using. And so you simply put FS with a space, and what that's going to do is going to tell MP, okay, this is a format statement coming up. And then here we have a number 1. Okay, and that means that it's format statement number 1. The next set of values, and this is not an FS2 statement, this is an FS statement, so it only applies to a single unit of measure. Keep that in mind. The next set of values in this case, and this is a very simple format statement, it says 0.4. What this means is that we're going to have at least 0 digits, okay, at least 0 digits before the decimal point for the number that we're formatting, the variable that we're formatting, and up to 4 after the decimal point. Okay, so if we wanted to format, let's see if I can give you an example here based on this format statement. So if we had a number that was 1.23675, all right, and we applied, this was the value we got from our intermediate data, and we applied this format statement to it. So we're saying we need at least 0 digits before the decimal point, and we're allowing for 4 after. So the output you would get, or what I would expect to get from applying this format statement to it, would be 1.2368. Because we're allowing 4 after, it's rounding, okay? And then at least 0 before. So what do I mean by at least 0? What that means is that it doesn't mean you get 0 digits. It means you get at least 0 digits. So for example, if we had, let's say our output in our intermediate post data was 0.25. Okay, so what this would output is 0.25. You don't need the first digit, it's optional. So we tell it 0 digits here. Let's say if we had another example, if we had a format statement, let's say number 2, and we had 1.4, and we applied that to this same number, 0.25, what that means is that we need at least 1 digit before the decimal point. Okay, so you would get 0.25. And we will also talk about leading and trailing zeros as a format options as well. Does that make sense to everyone? I think it'll make more sense once we get into an example. Examples of FS statements. So let's take a closer look at some formatted output for see a value 1.235. So we have a format statement. Number 3 is highlighted here, and it's 2.4 and is followed by an L and a T. So the 2 in 2.4 means that you're going to get at least 2 digits in front of the decimal point. Okay, at least 2 digits. What the 4 means is that you're going to get at most 4. So it'll round to 4 decimal places. But the L means that you're going to get leading zeros. It's going to force a leading zero. And the T means that you're going to force trailing zeros. So this is our output that we get right here. This 01.2350. Okay, let's see. All right, Rob, you're unmuted. So
yeah,
let me,
my thing
maybe
is,
I can go.
if
Go.
it's 2.4,
Okay.
that means 2 digits to the left of the decimal point, and the 4 means you need at least 4 digits to the left of the decimal point. What does the L and the T do? Won't it fill in automatically?
Okay. No, it won't. Okay. So it will not fill in automatically. What we're saying with a 2 before the decimal point is we need at least 2 digits, right? But
Yeah.
and this is something I've talked to Dave Eno about, but it will not automatically create this leading zero before it. So if I had, say, let's say I just had 2.4.
Yeah.
Without this L and T,
Yeah.
my output would be 1.235, even though we're saying we need 4 places. Okay.
That's why I'm confused. Why? I don't know why it does that.
You have to enter in this L and T in order to create this 0 here and this 0 here. Now,
Wow.
if
Okay.
the precision of this thing were 1.23567, obviously more decimal places.
The 0 wouldn't be there, obviously.
Right, we wouldn't have that issue. But that L and T is required even if you put a 2 here and the value you're formatting has only a single digit before the decimal place.
Okay.
Yeah,
Kind of counterintuitive, but
yeah, it's sort of it's different. So Sam asks a question here. What if the value was 1.2352? Would it still output 1.2350? No, it would not. What we're saying here is we're allowing for trailing zeros, okay? And we're limiting the decimal output to 4 after the decimal point. So you would indeed wind up with 1.2352. Does that make sense? So if you, in the event that you have a value something like this, where you don't have that last, if you had 2.5 here LT, and you had an additional 2 digits, so say we had like 7.5 or something. I cannot draw with my mouse. I apologize, that's horrible. But only in the event that you're not providing the format statement enough digits that's when it would create the leading zero and or the trailing zero. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yep. So it does not force a round up or down. All it does is add a zero if it's needed. This format statements, they can get confusing. And when I first started dealing with this stuff, I had tons of questions for the post guys, because I'm like, well, why is this output this way? It should output this, right? Well, it should, but it doesn't, because you need to change this here. Like, okay, but I somewhat understand it now. It makes sense. It takes a lot of tinkering with and checking how different values, different format statements affect your output. Okay, Sam, when calling up a format statement, will you be able to just call up FS2, or will you be able to just call up FS2, or you have to repeat the entire statement? Okay, so if I have a format statement 2, right, and let's say we have multiple variables we want to apply a format state. Let's say, yeah, so we'll just take a look at this guy here. Let's say we have a lot of different variables that we want to assign this sort of statement to, this sort of output that we desire. We want at least 1 digit before the decimal and 2 after. When you create a format assignment, what you do is you type in FMT and you tell it, I want to assign format statement number 2 to this variable. All right, so if I'm understanding your question correctly, you're saying when you call it up, are you able to just call up FS2, or you have to repeat? No, you will not have to repeat this statement. You create format statements one time and one time only. And then after that, you can assign different variables to that statement. Does that make sense? Cool. Yeah, and I believe we're limited to 30 format statements. I'm 99% sure that's what we're limited to. So you might say, well, what if you need more than 30? I don't think we've ever ran into an issue where somebody needed to format a number or format a variable as far as the numeric output of it more than 30 times.
Yeah, hey, Jeremy,
Rob, what's up?
Yeah, I was looking at the post, and the post has 5 format statements that are identical. Is that for a reason, or because that contradicts what you just said about reusing the format statements?
5 that are, okay, what now?
Identical. 5 that are identical. You have FS2 1.4 that are there's 5 times.
Which file are we looking at?
Format statement post.
Okay, let me open that up. Format statement, PST. Oh, yeah, no, I think
4, 5, 6.
Right, no, I think when we get into the exercise, we're going to modify these values.
Oh, okay.
Is what I'm thinking, yeah. So, no, you bring up a good point. That's absolutely contradictory. You would not need format statements 2 through 6 to be set to the same value. That wouldn't make sense. So, yeah.
I thought you needed one for X, Y, Z, F, and T.
Nope, you don't. You just need one. So I think that
maybe I'm jumping the gun. I apologize.
Oh no, you're fine. No, thanks for bringing that up. But no, Rob brings up a great point here. You would not need multiple format statements with the same sort of formatting that you'd like done to a variable. Okay. So no, that's a good thing to point out. One thing I do want to mention, and some of you that are more experienced with posts, you might know this already. And I don't think in the training we talk about this. I know it's not in the PowerPoint, but I don't ever use format statement 1. I always start with format statement 2. Does anybody know why? And if someone has an answer, that'd be very, very impressive to me. So why would you not want to use format statement 1? Does anybody know the answer to that? Okay, so the reason you would not want to use format statement 1 is because format statement 1 behind the scenes is actually formatting predefined data in MP. Okay, so if you create a format statement 1 and you start applying it to things, well, honestly, you don't even have to apply it to anything. You just create a format statement 1 and say, hey, I want 1.1. What that does is it affects the precision of your output. So your Mastercam, I believe, spits out up to 8 decimal places, something like that. So if you create a format statement 1 and limit it to 1 decimal place, what happens is it affects the precisional output of your NC file, okay? Because it alters lots of predefined variables and numbers that come out of MP. They use format statement 1. So I would highly recommend not ever starting with format statement 1. Okay, so start with 2. That's where you want to start. I think some of the example files we look at, they might start with 1, but just please don't ever start with format statement 1. Unless you want to start formatting stuff in the background and affect your precision as far as the output precision of your post. See, I'll unmute everyone. It's been about an hour, so we can take a break here, but everyone's unmuted. Anyone have any questions for me? All right, so we'll take a break. First break of the day, I like to take 15 minutes. So it is 10:08 a.m. Eastern. We can meet back at 10:23. So I'll see you guys in 15. Enjoy your break. All right, everyone, it's 10:24 Eastern. Could I get a hand raise if you can hear me? All right, great. Okay, so we're talking about format statements, FS statements. Let me we'll go to the next slide here. So on the handouts that I sent you, you should have a copy of this. And also I provided a copy of the PowerPoint at the beginning of the training. You obviously have access to this in the PowerPoint as well. If you want to access that in your the documentation that was sent, it should be documentation and then post-training class handouts. If I open this up, and I know I did recommend that you print this out if you have a printer or just have it somewhere open on your screen. But we have this tree here on the left side. We should have format statements. Okay, so format statements, then we'll talk about format assignments as well. Do you have all this information? This is readily available to you. It's a good idea to, like I said, have this open or have it accessible just because there's a lot going on with format statements. We're not going to get super complicated with the exercises, but it's a good idea to have this on hand where you can access it. So this is sort of a quick reference, and this describes all the working parts of a format statement, probably more than you'll ever use. And you'll see that working from left to right, we have our format statement number, first of all, and it says 1 through 30. Like I mentioned before the break, you have 30 format statements available to you. And now we have a couple options here after you create this format statement number. We have an S or a plus. Okay, so if there's an S in here, it means that we're going to force a space between the address and the number. And if you use the plus sign, what that means is you'll force a positive sign. So some machine controls, they prefer a positive sign in the event that you have a positive value. So you could put a plus here. So if, for example, if you use plus and you have, an X coordinate of, let's say, 1.235, what this would output is plus 1.235. Okay. Next, we have this 0 and follow it up. And it says, number of digits before decimal point, use 0 for any number. Like I said, that means at least 0 numbers before the decimal. And it says use a non-zero value with leading zeros. Okay, so 0 is for any number. Use a non-zero number if you only if you want leading zeros. And hopefully that makes sense. So if you don't want to create any sort of limitation on your output, put a 0 here. Okay, it will create at least 0 digits before and up to infinity, right? But if you have a very picky post that requires leading zeros, that's when you would make a change here, make it something other than 0. So if you needed, let's say you had our same value here, all right, 1.235, but your output needed to be, for some reason, 001.235, that's when you would make a change. Okay, you would say, hey, this post requires 3 digits before the decimal point. So you could change that number to 3 and then create leading zeros. All right. The next item here in this quick reference is we have a caret, we have a comma, or a decimal point. Okay, the decimal point will give you a decimal point if you have a non-English control or a metric control, or one that requires a comma instead of a decimal point. You can enter a comma here. So this will output exactly, either a comma or a decimal between the number before and the number after the decimal point. Okay, and the caret, what the caret does, this guy here, what that does is it omits the decimal point when it's a whole number. So if you have a whole number for your output, it will completely eliminate that decimal point. So if you had, for example, say 1.0, instead of saying 1 with the decimal point, 1.0, 1 point, what this would actually do is eliminate that decimal point, so you get the value of 1. So next we have this value of 4, which is the number of digits after the decimal point. And we've already sort of talked about that. The digit after that is either a 2, a 5, or a 9. And this has to do with how you want your value rounded. Okay, and this is sort of beyond the scope of this training today. But this describes how rounding works internally in MP. So sometimes you'll see, you'll create output, from your NCI file. And so you have 1.23456. So depending on the type of rounding that you want, and it tells you here what happens down here on the explanation of partial fractions. It says 2, it means round final decimal to an even number. 5 rounds a final decimal to 0 or 5, or 9 truncates the final decimal. So depending on what value you place there, it will affect the rounding. So, you could wind up with 1.23, say we're rounding to 3 decimal points. Could wind up with 1.235, and we could wind up with 1.234, depending on the rounding method that you prefer. Okay, like I said, that's sort of beyond our training. We won't be using that in examples. And like I said, the documentation is very helpful, and it will explain sort of in detail how that works. So we have some different options here. We have some different letters that can be included. We have L, T, N, D, I, and Z. And these are options that you can add at the end of a format statement. And what we'll see here, and sort of provide an example of this, is an L means to keep the leading zeros. What T means is keep the trailing zeros. So L leading, meaning before the decimal point, T trailing after the decimal point and after the final value. What N means is non-modal, and we will cover modality soon. And the D or the I means that your value is going to be incremental or delta. And the difference between incremental and delta is if an incremental value is 0, it probably will not be output. Or if a delta value is 0, you will get output on deltas. So you can think about arcs. Sometimes you have an arc and you want to force an I or a J or a K 0 to be output. That's when you would take into consideration those values. Finally, we have Z here, and it means to keep the trailing 0 after the decimal for a whole number. So for example, if the number comes out to 1, you can give it a 1.0. Okay, so if you have a whole number, it will still populate the trailing 0. So out of all of these options, I think, aside from just creating the format statement, giving it a number, and then setting up the orientation or as far as the formatting that you'd like applied to a variable, 0.4, whatever it is. The ones you'll use most would be L and T for the leading and trailing zeros, depending on your machine control. You wouldn't use much of this other stuff very often. And more modern machine controls are becoming fairly standard as far as the output that they accept. So, all right, FS2, I've talked about this. I say that I prefer it, and I recommend that we use this. And if you're a post developer, I recommend you use it. It's almost identical to FS1, has the same components, except some of them are duplicated. So if we use FS2 to define a format statement instead of FS1, all right, or FS. So here we have an FS2, and then we have number 1. Okay, and we still have the S and the positive. That's going to apply both in inch and metric. But you'll have 2 sets of numbers that represent the number of digits before the decimal point, and the separator, the number of digits after the decimal point, and also the rounding option. So these 4 items can be duplicated. The first section here is referring to inch, okay? So that's how do we want to format inch data in the event we're outputting an inch. And then after that, this green section here, everything else is the same. I don't want to talk about it much longer. But this section here is how do you want to format your metric data. So here in this example, we have 0, a separator, let's say 0.4. And then for metric data, we could have 0, 3. Right? Because metric data doesn't require 4 decimal places to be as precise. So if your machine control reads in metric, then you could do this. So what this allows you to do is when you create a format assignment and assign a statement to a variable, some sort of output, allows you to say, hey, if this is an inch, this is how I want to format it. If it's in metric, I want to format it this way. Okay? So here it says we have some format statements from a real post. MP fan, which is our generic default mil post that comes pre-packaged with Mastercam. You get 30 of these. They don't have to be in order. You can see that we've defined format statements 1 through 5, and then we use 11 and 12. It's always a good idea to write a comment after the format statement so others will know how the format statement works. So these were pulled directly from MP-Fan. And there's a comment telling you what it does. So FS21, I'll just talk about this first one here. FS21, so it's FS2 meaning that we can format both inch and metric. And we used 1, which I'm not happy about. Like I told you, don't use 1, start with 2. We have 0.7, so we need at least 0 digits before the decimal. So this gives complete freedom as far as the number that precedes the decimal point. And then we're saying, let's allow 7 after. Okay. And then for metric, which is our next section here, we're saying at least 0 digits before the decimal and then round to 6 after the decimal. The comment says decimal absolute 7, 6 place. All right. So we'll move on. All right. Timeout, hands-on. So we haven't talked about format assignments yet. We'll get into that next. Is open your workbooks and complete exercise 3 format statements. So let's take a look at our, close this reference guide and take a look at exercise 3 format statement. So it says the format statement.pst is set up so that it outputs both the formatted and unformatted values for a series of variables. We can talk about that later. For each lesson, modify it so that the formatted values match the examples. Use the quick reference pages in your handout. So, as mentioned before, you can use that PowerPoint to reference how these work, or the handout that was included in the files that were sent to you. It says use the following files. You can use either format statement.mcam. If you prefer metric, you may use format statement _mm.mcam. For the post, format statement.pst. For lesson 1, post the file format statement.mcam. Manipulate the FS statement section in the post so you get the proper output. All right, so I will at least walk you through opening up the files, and we'll take a look at our existing output, and then I'll give you some time to make a modification there. As mentioned yesterday, working with Post, for any of you that are computer programmers or you work in math, post-processing and programming it's like math. It just requires a lot of work. I could sit up here and talk all day, but you wouldn't really understand it until you actually get into the software and start making changes and or start writing your own code to see what sort of output you get. So let's open up format statement.mcam first. I'll go back into Mastercam here. All right, so I'm in parts in the make sure I'm in the right spot here. Yeah, in the package I sent you. Format statement.mcam. I'll just open that one up. Like I said, if you work in metric, _mm is okay. I'm not going to save changes. And so you get this very simple part going on. So we want to open this and then manipulate the FS statement section in the post to get some sort of output. So I'll post this guy out without making any changes to our post. It's using format statement.pst. I'll just save it in the default directory. All right, so the way this is set up, actually I already have it open. I'll close it and I'll show you how to open it. Format statement.pst. If you were to open this from CodeXpert, you could, or obviously file, open an editor in Mastercam, you can do that as well. So we're looking at format statement.pst. All right. So here's our post, and as Rob pointed out earlier, yeah, the format statements, they're all the same, and you really don't need format statements. We absolutely don't need them to be the same because it wouldn't make any sense, because you assign them to specific variables to apply that formatting. So the only time you would need multiple format statements is in the event you need numerical data based on a specific variable for its output to be different than something else. So I posted this out, and we have unformatted. It says x equals -1. Formatted, x is -1 point, and there's nothing after the decimal. So we have two columns here, unformatted and formatted, and it looks like they're identical at this point. We'll go back to our post, and so we haven't even talked about format assignment, so I think this is sort of a challenge exercise, how this works. But I feel like I need to at least tell you how this works. It's sort of silly how we're getting into format statements and have an exercise where we're assigning format statements to variables, but there's no really background there. So these are our format statements. I think you might sort of understand how these work. Hopefully you do. These are very simple though, right? So simple format statements, not FS2 statements. We're only applying, applying this to one unit of measurement. So this 1.4 would mean we have at least one digit before the decimal point, and then round to 4 after. Okay. These are all identical. They have just different statement numbers that you can apply to variables. And then down here we have a format assignment. Okay, this is different than a format statement. What this does is it says, okay, a format assignment, I want to assign, and then we have a suffix. Okay, x equals, we created a literal here. So this means what I want to do is create this suffix and then apply format statement number 2 to it. Okay, if we go back up to, yeah, I'm sorry, Rob corrected me. Yeah, that's a prefix, not a suffix. So this is a prefix. Yeah, so this is before whatever statement you want to use. So you can create a prefix. You can also create a suffix. In this exercise, I don't believe we have any. We don't. So got a prefix, x equals 2, meaning use format statement number 2 for this. And then finally, we have a variable, meaning which variable do we want to apply this format statement to or assign it. So just looking at our output for now, before we begin this exercise, it says unformatted x is -1, formatted x is -1. Going back to the post, we have this PSOF, which is a start of file tool change post block, predefined post block.
So we're guaranteeing output here. And it says unformatted, and we'll talk about this tilde later, what that means. I don't want to get into that right now. And then this asterisk, we'll talk about that as well. That means force output. But we're saying here is unformatted, this is what it should be, and then formatted, this is what we get. So this formatted section is actually taking into consideration the format statement and assignment. All right, so just based on what I've told you so far, we look at our output. We got x equals, we're using format statement 2, which is 1.4, and we get -1. In the exercise, it says we want this output, -1.00. Okay? So remember we talked about leading and trailing zeros. You might make some adjustments to the format statement to get that to work. Let's see, y should be -0.5. Is what we get right now. We're not getting, yeah, no, that we're good there. Z says 0.250, and currently we get 0.25, so you need to make some changes there. F equals 6.418. Currently we get 6.4176. And then T is 0.1. Currently we get 1 point and then nothing after the decimal. So just using that reference guide and what I've sort of shown you so far, I'd like you to go ahead and try to complete this initial lesson, this lesson 1, get this sort of format using format statements and assignments. I'll give you guys 5 minutes to work on that. If you have any questions, enter them into the chat and I'll be happy to answer them. Okay, it's been a little while now. So once again, if anyone has a solution, let me unmute everyone, or you can enter into the chat. If you'd like to walk us through the solution you came up with, that'd be fantastic. And yeah, if not, I'll show you what I came up with. Okay. So, let's see here. Take a look at our PDF again. So our desired output is here, -1. I believe unformatted, what we were getting was, instead of -1.00, we were getting -1 point and then nothing after it. So obviously we need some trailing zeros in that case. Why -0.5? Which actually we were already getting that, so it doesn't necessarily require a modification to the format statement. For Z, we were getting 0.25, not 0.250. So we need to make a change there. For F, we were getting 6.4176, and it needs to be 6.418. So we need to round and limit the number of decimals, the number of digits after the decimal point. And then finally, T, we were getting 1 point, and formatted, our desired output is 0, 1. Okay. So show you what I came up with here. These were all, I believe, 1.4. And let me place the output next to this guy so you can see what's going on. So these were all 1.4. And what I did for the first one here is 1.2 and then T. And what that means is I need at least one digit before the decimal. And then 2 means that I need 2 after. And then in the event that we have a number that doesn't round, let's say, for example, we have 4 decimal places. Let's say we had a number in this case specifically is just -1, but we still need to format it and allow for 2 decimal places, even though it's only a value of 1. What I did was I said I need 2 digits after the decimal point, and then I'm allowing for trailing zeros, meaning zeros after the decimal. So that's why I wound up with -1.00, which is what the exercise asked for. For format statement 3, which is applied to our Y, unformatted was -0.5, and actually I think formatted before I even made this change was the same. But all I did simply here was I put a 0.1. And that's not the only answer, but I'm saying I'm allowing for any number of digits before the decimal. And then after that, I'm limiting it to 1. So 0.1. No trailing or leading zeros there. Format statement 4, which we are assigning to the variable $ZR. And this was our output, unformatted 0.25. The desired output was 0.250. So all I did here was 0, any number of digits before the decimal. After the decimal, 3. Okay, and since our output or the value we received from the post was only 0.25, we needed to add a 0, right? So that's why I put a 0.3 with a T after that, allowing for trailing zeros, which is telling it I need 3 decimal places. And then in the event a 0 is needed, go ahead and add that. So I got 0.250. Let's see format statement 5, which is assigned to FR $. So unformatted, we received 6.4176. The desired output was rounded to 3 decimal places. So once again, I placed a 0 here because I'm not really concerned with the number of digits before. Really, all I'm concerned with is the number of digits after. Now, since we had a 4 decimal place value here and our desired output was 6.418, we didn't need to say, hey, allow for trailing zeros. We could just simply place in a 0.3 and it rounds it to 3 decimal places for us. Okay, this next one, it's a little bit different because our unformatted value was 1 point nothing, right? So no trailing zeros after that decimal point, just 1 point. Our desired output was 0, 1. So what I did here is I said, okay, I want a minimum of 2 places before the decimal point, or before, in this case, we don't have a decimal point, but before this value, if it were a decimal or a fractional value, I need at least 2 places. And then after that, I put a space, okay, instead of a period or a comma. And what that means is that it will eliminate the separator. And then after that, I placed a 0 because I want 0 decimal points. And then finally an L for leading. So now I've added a leading 0 to that 1, and my formatted value becomes 0, 1. Does that sort of make sense? I know we didn't cover in detail format assignments, but yeah, like the way these work is you have FMT for your format assignment, then a prefix, whatever format statement you'd like to apply it to. Then you have the variable that you're using to apply this, or applying this format statement to. And then afterwards, you can apply a suffix as well. So. And that's sort of it for this first assignment with format statements. Did anyone have issues with that? I'll unmute everyone. And it's almost time for another break. So we'll just take a 10-minute break here in a second. But before we take a break, does anyone have a question? Everyone's unmuted. Feel free to speak up, or like I said, enter into the chat.
Jeremy, do you hear me?
Yes, sure can. What's going on?
Yes. I have error on my
Okay.
PC. Could you look at it?
Yeah, we can. Let me. I'll give you control, and you can share your screen if that's okay. Yeah, let me. I'll give you control right now. I'll make you the presenter. You can show us what's going on. So I just made you the presenter. All right, what you got going on here?
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yep, sure do.
Yes. So, do you see my PST?
Right now I
File?
just see the Mastercam interface. I don't see your.
Okay. And now?
Okay, now I can see it. Yep.
Yes. Okay. Great. So I think G1, and I have error.
Okay. Okay, so it says post line 11, inch partial fraction digit out of range 0, 2, 5, or 9. So let's take a look at your post. Line 11. Okay, so you have two, is it space 0? Is that L or 1? What do you have after that 0? Is that the letter L?
I think it's 1. This
Okay,
is
that needs to,
0. Here is space. This is 2.
okay, let me look at the rest of this. So yeah, as long as it's should be the letter L.
L. It should be L.
Correct, the letter L. If that's what you
Okay.
have there.
No.
Yeah, let's try the letter L and not the number 1. Letter L.
Oh, okay. So this is
That
okay.
might be the issue. Let's try that out
yes.
because everything else looks correct. I don't see any other issues.
Yes. It will be fine now. Thank you.
Did that fix it?
Great.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, awesome.
Great.
Yeah, you can only have yeah, you're welcome. So you can only have one number after the decimal point or the separator in a format statement.
Okay.
If you
How we can for example, in this line we have rounded number from 4 to 3.
correct.
Yes, but how we can add? How we can round it? Because we can. How we can use this? Do you see my screen?
So the way that works, I'm not going to get into too much detail about it. So what that means is if you place a number 2, okay,
okay.
that'll
where?
round to an even number.
But should I just write here 2? I don't know how to use it because you round it to 3, so 3 numbers. But for example, I wish to be rounded 417, not 418.
Okay, so you want it to be 6.417?
And not 418. I wish to be here 7. How to change it?
Okay, yeah, so what you would do there is, actually you can just play with the output and see what happens here. So if you were to place a number 2, what that means is it'll round the final decimal to an even number. Okay, so you can save that and post it out, and let's see what sort of output you get. You only have 3 options available here.
Okay.
Format statement number is not defined. Okay, let's go back to your post. And that was an error on mine.
And without space.
Yeah, that 2.
3 and 2, the 3 and 2, between the 3 and 2 without space.
Right, there you go. I didn't realize you placed a space there. Yeah, all these options in a format statement, they're not space delimited.
Okay.
The only
Okay.
the only place you place a space is if you want to eliminate the separator in between the decimal values.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you. I will play with it. No
So
problem.
now
Thank you.
9 will probably get you the output you like because it truncates the final decimal. You're wanting 7,
Yes.
right? Okay, so
Yes.
9, what
For
that
example.
does is it doesn't perform rounding. It just truncates that last decimal point. So if you wanted to round down instead of round up, that's what
Okay.
you would use there. And now, obviously, if you leave that value, remove that value, don't even use it within the format statement, it will perform rounding based on a value above 5. So.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. It's a great question. Okay, it's 11:20. Any other questions for me before we take a break? Okay, if not, let's take a 10-minute break. I'll see you guys at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Okay, everyone, it is 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Make sure I'm showing the right monitor here. Okay, let's go ahead and do lesson 2. And then after that, we'll probably just do lesson 3 or 4, one or the other, working with FS2 statements. But for now, lesson 2, it says to use the metric file format statement _mm.mcam. So I will open that up. And it's in the parts folder, format statement, MM right here. You can see it. And load metric configuration file. I'll go ahead and post and see what I get. Just save it. All right, so this is the unformatted and formatted data, which at the, at this point they do differ a little bit. I think, let me make sure, I don't know if we're using the same post or not in this file. Yeah, we are. We're still using the format statement.pst file. So what you'll need to do is modify the PST file. You open it up. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the one I want in the public users folder. So you'll want to modify this to where you get, this is our current output, the output that we want. I'll put this side by side here. So this is the output that we want for X, Y, Z, F, and T, right? It's a little bit different. We have a different separator we're using here for F. We're using a comma instead of a decimal. And it looks like we're using, we have quite a few trailing zeros here for Y. For X, we have no separator. Okay. And for T, we have not only trailing zeros, but we have a leading zero as well. Let me give you guys 6 or 7 minutes to work on that, and we will we'll take a look at a solution afterwards. And for those of you that finish ahead of time, we will be doing lesson 3 afterwards. So feel free to work on that.
Okay, it's been a few minutes now. Once again, I'll open up the floor if any of you want to show us the solution you came up with. Those of you that were able to complete the exercise, feel free to volunteer. And if not, I'll walk you through what I came up with. Okay, this is what I have. I'll move my output, my post on separate windows here. So unformatted was negative 25.75, and the desired output was what I came up with here, right? This is what we wanted based on the PDF. So for format statement 2, I said I want 3 decimal places, or 3 places before the decimal rather. And then I placed a space here because I wanted 0 separator. I do not want a separator. And then 2 for after. We had 2 after in our original output, 7.5. We end in 7.5, so I just left that at 2. But at the same time, I placed an L here for leading 0, so I'm allowing for zeros for the digits before the decimal point. So that's why we got this 025 instead of just a 25, because I'm saying 3 and then allow for leading zeros with no separator, and that's why we no longer have a decimal point. So that space removed that decimal point. So the second item here was negative 12 point and then nothing after the decimal, and that was unformatted. And this was the desired output. So the way what I came up with there was 0 for any number of digits before the decimal, and then a decimal just to create that separator. 3 numbers after the decimal point, but I'm allowing for trailing zeros since our unformatted output was a whole number, right? We said negative 12. So to generate those zeros, I had to add this letter T afterwards. So that created those 3 trailing zeros. The next item here, 6.35, was unformatted. Formatted, we wanted 6.3500. Same sort of thing. So 0 means any number of digits. I added put a decimal point here to create the separator. And I'm saying I want to allow for 4 places after the decimal point and use trailing zeros. So that's how we came up with these 4 digits. And then we have the 2, undo that. We have the 2 zeros that appear after the 6.35. And the next one, unformatted, is 75.803125. So we have 6 digits. And our desired output was 75.80. And to achieve that, once again, a 0. Don't really care about what's before the decimal. There's no special formatting taking place. We just want to pull in that value. A comma for the separator, so that's a little bit different. And then 2, because I want 2 places after the comma, after the separator. And then I allowed for trailing zeros, and that's what created that 80. If you don't have this T here, what you'd wind up with is just 75.8. Finally, unformatted is 1 and then a decimal point. Our desired format was this here, 0, 100. So to do that, created this format statement 2, meaning a minimum of 2 places prior to the separator, okay, which is in this case nothing. We have no separator. And then 2 places after. And now here, instead of just having an L or a T, I'm actually setting up leading and trailing zeros. So that created this, since I said 2 before, you can imagine a separator here. I'll just place some spaces. So two digits before the separator. I'm saying I want to use leading zeros, so that's why I got this 0, 1. And then the 2, I'm saying I want 2 places after the separator, and that's why I got 2 zeros. The reason it populated zeros, obviously, because I placed this T here. Does that make sense to everyone? All right. Do one more exercise on format statements, and then we'll move on. And I'd like you to do lesson 3 here. I know we didn't cover FS2 statements really in detail, but I'd like to challenge you, use your reference guide, your handout, and create a some FS2 statements instead. And I think we might have some already pre-made for us in the post. Yeah, it looks, so we do have some that are commented out here. And I can, once again, if you hold on Alt and click and drag, I can comment out. You can place a character on multiple lines at one time. So it says here, format statement for English and metric output, and that's what you'll be working with here. So you can simply uncomment these lines of code, and they're going to apply to the same variables here, okay? But these are FS2 statements, meaning, okay, this first set of numbers applies to inch output, and the second set applies to metric. So for this lesson 3, we are dealing with metric output with FS2, and this is the desired output. So it's a little bit different than the previous lesson. Let's see, 2575, and we have here 25.75. So yeah, so this is the output's different, but and also you're using an FS2 statement. We're still working with format statement mm.mcam, same file. The only thing you'll do is modify that post. These FS2 statements, make some changes here to apply to these variables. Give you guys 5 minutes to work on that, and then we'll take a look at a solution. Okay, was everyone able to do that? And once again, if anyone would like to share their solution, feel free to do so. I've unmuted everyone if you'd like to speak up or enter something in the chat. I'll be more than happy to give you control of the screen and you can walk us through your solution. Okay, if there are no volunteers, I will walk you through what I came up with. And there are multiple answers here. This is not the only answer based on the numbers we're provided with, but let me place this next to the output. So for this first one, if I reference back to the PDF, I'll place it on another monitor here just to make sure my answers are correct. So X needed to be negative 25.7500. Unformatted was negative 25.75. Now, since we're dealing with an FS2 statement and on an FS statement, I simply commented out all of the FS statements. This second set of values in an FS2 statement refers to metric output. So I really didn't do anything to the pre-populated values for inch output, which appears here to the left of this space, right? So for the first one, 1.4T, really I could make this a 0.4T. But what that means is I need at least one digit before the decimal. I sort of left it as it was. And then after the 4, I placed a T, meaning that I'm allowing for trailing zeros. So now, since I have 4 places after, this 0.75 became 0.7500 because I've added those trailing zeros to it. So the next one, the unformatted value is actually, or was the same as the formatted value. So really I didn't need to do anything here. But I went ahead and changed this to 1.0, meaning at least one digit before. And then as far as 0, we're allowing for 0 after, okay? But we're not creating trailing digits here. Now, if I change this to say 0.0, I'd get the same output. All right. So the third one, the desired output was 0.6. Is this right? Am I looking at the right thing? Yes, 0.635. That was the desired output. Unformatted was 6.35. So what I did here is I said I need at least 2 digits before the decimal or before the separator. And then I need 2 after, so round to 2 places. And then L meaning leading 0, and that's what created this 0 here. The next one, unformatted, was this big number. Formatted, we wanted 75.8. So this one was fairly simple. All I did was say, allow for any number of digits before the decimal, and then afterwards round that to 1 decimal place. So 0.1 was what I came up with. For the next one, unformatted is 1 point, and then, or 1 decimal. Formatted, it needs to be 0, 0, 100. So to do that, I said I need 3 places before the decimal point, and that created this 001. Additionally, what created that was this L, which allows for leading zeros. And then afterwards, I said I need two spaces or 2 digits after the separator. And I allowed for trailing zeros, and that created these 2 zeros here. Does that sort of make sense to everyone? After lunch, we'll take a look at a deeper dive into format assignments. I'm pretty sure we have an exercise on that as well. So otherwise, yeah, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Before we do that, does anyone have any questions for me?
I know I'm jumping ahead here, but can I get a quick hand with 4?
Okay, you're working on lesson 4?
Yeah, I got.
Okay.
I cannot get it to round the final decimal to 5, and I'm doing something wrong here.
All right, let's actually, we'll take a look at your screen. All right, so you're the presenter, and we can see what you have going on.
So I've got everything else going on in here correct. I've got every other output correct. I just can't get this last decimal to round, and I know it has to do with spacing, but there's no other examples inside the packet that show somebody trying to round.
Okay, so you have it 2.15.
And I've tried spacing it out, putting an L in there. I mean, that won't matter, or sorry, T or anything like that. But when I go to save this, and then I post out, it keeps giving me an error. And I know it's that because everything else is fine otherwise. But if I go back to
Post line 10. Okay, so.
But if I get rid of it or if I put it behind, it still does the same posting out, just no issues.
So what you're getting is, let's take a look here, 6.4176, but you want it to be 6.4175. And let's see, unformatted, it is 6.4176.
So I have it going to the right decimal place. It should be rounding to 2.5 decimals.
Yeah, I think that's just an issue with the instructions, because let me open up that that lesson, and this is the one in inch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Let me open that up.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you plug it in, it should recognize it, but I would make sure that you install the drivers. Okay. You gotta make sure you got the latest drivers for it. Are you sure you do? Did you go to the website and download latest drivers and go to next?
Yeah. I don't think you're doing anything wrong, and there's no way to really change that value. I think in the documentation, in the instructions for that particular assignment, it's saying get 6.4175, but really we can't do that because that has to do with the rounding that's taking place within Mastercam. So that value is already dialed into that precision of 6.4176.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I don't think there's a way that we can round that down. You've already tried a 2, a 5, and a 9 there.
I have not tried either of the others. I'm just curious about formatting,
So
right?
you could do this. Try a 5. Have you tried a 5 yet?
That's what I was using. So my question is, there's no space, right? So everything following those two sets of numbers, other than the space between your
Correct.
your numerical value, your inch value, your metric value, everything after that, there's no spaces.
No spaces. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Everything.
Try it.
Everything runs together. So, but 9 will truncate it. Now I don't know the raw. Assuming that value that we got initially was unformatted completely, it shouldn't make it a 5. But yeah, so it says unformatted 6.4176. So to round down, so we have a few options here. You can round it to an even number, which 2 wouldn't work, obviously. And you can round it to a 0 or a 5, which you've already tried 5. And what did you get when you chose 5?
5 was this number.
Okay, so you got the 6.4176.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a look at your format statement one more time. The post. So we need to apply these to inch values, right? So where it says 1.4 in your FS25 statement there, 1.4, can you place a 9 after that, or a 5 rather?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So that's what I was curious about. But
Make that change, save that, and then let's repost. So that initial set of values refers to your inch output.
Okay, but when I do L and T in the metric, it still applies to the standard.
Correct. Yeah, so the L and T on an FS2 statement comes after everything.
Huh. Never would have guessed. All
Did
right,
that fix
cool.
it? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it
Yeah.
did.
So that first set, it's sort of interesting. So on an FS2 statement, you have your first set of values, and then you can enter a 2, 5, or 9 based on how you want it to round. And you have your second set of values, then a 2, 5, or 9, and then after that, unfortunately, you cannot apply leading and trailing zeros to one or the other. You have to apply it to both. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is sort of different. But that's sort of how it works, I guess.
Not to call it stupid, but it's annoying that certain set of values apply to everything, but not all additional values. But
It'd be nice if we had that that capability to apply those sets of rules to only metric or only inch instead of applying it to everything at once. But I'm sorry I didn't catch that.
no, and now looking at the picture, I do see that there's a 2, 5, and 9 next to both, so that's also my bad.
Yeah. No, you're good.
Sweet,
All right.
man. Thank you very much.
Awesome. No problem. All right, guys, and with that, we'll let's take an hour for lunch. It's 12:10 p.m. Eastern, so let's meet back at 1:10 p.m. Eastern time. I'll see you guys in a little while. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, everyone, it is 1:12 p.m. Eastern. I hope you had a great lunch. If you can hear me, could I get a hand raise from you? Okay, great. So we will continue. And our last exercise, we were working with format statements and actually also format assignments. But let me, we'll continue with this PowerPoint here. Okay, so as far as format assignments go, which you've already sort of worked with them, but let's see, where did my slide go? Disappeared. There we go. Okay, so the way format assignments work is once you've defined a format statement using FS for, regular format statement for one type of numerical format, whether it be inch or metric, or you can use FS2 to format both, which is something I highly recommend. So now how do we tell MP how to apply that format statement to a numeric variable? Well, that's what FMT does. The format for FMT is as follows. So we have the letters FMT, which stands for format, and it's once again up against the left margin. And it's followed by an optional string that goes in front of the number. So here we have, for example, a P, and it can be more than one letter or more than one character, then followed by a number after that. So this would be your prefix for the format assignment. Okay, and after that we have this number, which represents the number of the FS or FS2 statement, and then following that is an optional suffix. Okay, so we assign this to a variable, and then after that you can have an optional suffix. It's not shown here. Just a reminder that the format assignments must begin in the first column, is sort of what this is showing. So you have FMT, a prefix, whatever format statement number you want to use, and then apply it to a variable, whether it be self-defined or predefined. Okay, examples of format assignments. I apologize. I've got a noisy cat in my house here. If you can hear her, I apologize. Okay, so if we look at our output for, let's see, we have our output for X here. You can see it starts with an X, which is a prefix, followed by the number 1.2345, which is the format of format statement number 1. So FS1 is set to 1.4. And then what we said here is format X, use format statement number 1, and apply that to the variable X out. And we receive this sort of output, okay? Format statement number 2 is set to 1.3. The assignment has a prefix of P, and we're using the variable dwell $, okay? And within this format assignment, we're saying apply format statement to dwell $, and that gives us this output 4.321. Format statement 3 has one place before the decimal point, 2 places after, and we want to include the trailing zeros. So if we want to output let's see, we have F for a prefix. So if we want to output FR underscore POS dollar, which is another predefined variable, using the format statement that's listed, using this F as the prefix, we get a number 5 formatted as per format statement number 3. So there's 5.00. And these are the two trailing zeros that we get. So that 1.2 T, we're telling it, you know, with the output, let's go ahead and include trailing zeros if they apply to that value. So you can also include not just one character, but an entire string. For an entire string literal or variable as a prefix in a format state. So for example, if you have a machine that uses macros, you may want to define that within, you know, with a hashtag or something. So here we have FMT, and then as a prefix, we have hashtag 901 equals, and then using format statement number 2, and then some sort of variable we want to apply to it. Okay. So what that allows you to do is apply a, you know, like a macro variable or something like that to some sort of variable you set up just to provide that output. Okay. So when a string containing spaces is needed for a prefix, it has to be wrapped in quotes. And the prefix string can be up to 15 characters long. And you'll use longer string prefixes when we get into tool tables, but that's sort of a rule, sort of a limitation for format assignments. If you create a prefix, you're limited to 15 characters. So this is similar to our format statement reference. This is our format assignment reference slide. So it starts out with FMT and then a prefix, which is optional. Okay. Then you give the number of the format statement or FS2 statement you want to use. Then you give the variable name. So which variable do we want to apply this to? And then an optional suffix. And once again, the prefix and the suffix are optional. Everything else is required though. So you may in some cases just want to write out the number as is without a prefix or suffix. And that's perfectly fine. So in that case, you would just have FMT, the number of the format statement, and then the name of the variable, and then that would modify that output according to whatever format statement that you assign that variable to. Okay, so here it says format assignments from a real post. So here are some other sample format assignments, and this is all from MP-Fan. Okay, and if you notice the very last one here has a prefix that is several characters long, so it's tool DIA dot and then space hyphen space, and then we're pointing this to the predefined variable TL DIA dollar, which is tool diameter. So yeah, I'll just I'll move on here. Formatting rules. So here's a few guidelines to remember regarding format statements, format assignments. Formatting is required for variable values that are going to be written to the NC file. If an unformatted variable is output, its value will be written to the NC file prefixed by its name. So for example, if I declare a variable and I call it, I can get into Code Expert and give you an example here. I'll just get into this format statement and make a new one. Let's post 1 second. So if you declare a variable and you call it, for example, my var, and I say this is equal to or initialized to 1.25, and I don't format it, and I want to output this 1.25. When I output this, my var, if I actually create a post line or a post block with a post line and output it, I'll make just like, I'll call this p block 1, and then I'll output my var. Okay. So what this would output is my var 1.25. Okay. So without a format statement, the prefix is going to be the variable name. Okay, so the name of my variable is my var, and the value of it is 1.25. And if I output this with 0 format, I would actually get my var 1.25. And I think I mentioned this before. Actually, I know I did. The default format statement used is 1. And if you define a format statement 1 and you don't apply it to a variable, not only will you get the variable's name as its prefix, but the number will be formatted using format statement 1. And the maximum number of digits in a format statement, I might have said 8 earlier, but actually it's 9. So you can have 9 places before the decimal point and or after the decimal point. So that's sort of the, I wouldn't say default precision, but that's the maximum number of digits allowed. But something I do want you guys to take from this training is when you create a format statement, do not use format statement 1. Okay, even though we might have some examples moving forward where we create a format statement 1, because that does alter your precision for output, because that affects a lot of things behind the scenes. So always start with format statement 2. And if you're dealing specifically with format FS2 statements, which is what I recommend, start with FS2 space 2, and then you can increment by 1 after that. So if you do not declare any format statements in your post, since the default, this would be sort of like the default FS statement. It would be 9.9. All right, this is the default. So what we're saying is we're allowing for 9 places before the decimal point and 9 places after. So if you have absolutely 0 format statements and assignments in your post to variables, the output you would expect, if indeed within Mastercam when you're posting out coordinates or whatever you're doing, you wind up with 9 decimal places for positional information or whatever it is, whatever the case may be, your output would be that. So, and obviously I don't think there's a machine control out there that can read 9 decimal places. If there is, that's really awesome. But this would be the default FS1 format statement 1. that's taking place behind the scenes unless you override it by creating a different one in your post. So, all right, so that's sort of all I want to talk about as far as formatting. Let's see, it says, any questions about format statements or format assignments? Remember, quick reference cards are in your books. Well, not books, but the PDFs I sent out. It'd be nice if we had a live classroom environment, then you'd have a book and interaction would be much better too. But yeah, just regarding that file package I sent, the documentation should provide at least a snapshot view of how format statements and format assignments work. So any questions up to this point? If not, we'll move on and talk about, we'll get into an exercise and then we'll talk about post blocks after that. And post blocks and post lines is sort of where all the, not processing, but all the output really takes place. That's where you really get things happening in your post. So we'll talk about that next. But so it says open your workbooks and complete exercise 4, variable formatting. So we will take a look at exercise 4. All right, and our objective is to use different formatting techniques to modify the appearance of variables when they are output. For each lesson, modify variable formatting.pst as instructed. Use the following files: variable formatting.mcam, or if you work in metric, variable formatting mm.mcam. And we have a post file, variable formatting.pst. And it says modify the post to declare the following 5 variables, and then initialize each variable with the following value. Post and verify your output looks like this. So let's do that real quick. We'll do that together, and then I'll let everyone work independently on the remaining steps here. So I will open up variable formatting in Mastercam. Should be in the parts folder. Hopefully. Yep. Got it right here. Worried about making a save, and let me post this out and see what we get initially. And I am getting nothing. Let me close all this other stuff. Yep. Okay, so I have nothing right now for variable formatting. And the instructions say to open up the post file, variable formatting.pst. So I'll open that up. So open an editor, variable formatting.pst. Yeah, we got all kinds of crazy stuff going on here. So let me look at these instructions again. Okay, so modify the post to declare the following 5 variables. We need to declare Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then initialize them to a value. The first thing I would do in this post, guys, is let's just get rid of all of this. We have error messages that have been commented out. Yeah, let's just delete this stuff. You know what? Yeah, delete everything to PSOF, everything included, all those post lines in PSOF, which is our post start of file. Okay, that's the post block call for the start of file tool change. So it will call this even if we don't have you know, a lot going on in our post. Looks like we have an FS2 statement, and that's it. So what you need to do now is declare some variables. Okay, and I'll create a comment here. I'll just say, you know, variable declaration. And this is where you want to declare Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and then set those to the value it asks for. So I'll actually work through this with you, and like I said, once we get to further steps, you can make some changes here. And it says initialize each variable with the following value: 1.2345678. So remember, when you initialize a variable with a value, use the colon. Okay, that we're initializing it. We're saying this is its value. We're not using equals, which would mean sort of like it's a global formula. Even if there's not a formula taking place in the background, we're saying this equals this, so this is its value. In this case, we're saying its initial value is this. Okay, so we've declared it with that value. Now, it says post and verify your output looks like this. But what did I do? I deleted some of the stuff here. So we probably won't get output because here under our PSOF dollar post block, I have nothing, right? Make sure I open up the right, hopefully I didn't open up the wrong one. Yeah, no, I opened up the right post. So we have these, you know, these variables that we've set up, and we need to output them, right? So the way I would approach this is, we'll get into this when we talk about modality, but if you use an asterisk preceding a variable, it will force out that value, okay? So if I place asterisk Monday, asterisk Tuesday, $, asterisk Wednesday, and we have asterisk Thursday and Friday, right? So this should force out these values and place them on separate lines. Okay, now notice we just have an FS2 statement. We haven't assigned any of this numerical data associated with these days of the week. So when I post this out, I wouldn't expect any formatting to take place because we haven't assigned anything. So we should get simply numbers, right? Okay, without any sort of formatting. So let me post this out and see what we get. I didn't save the post. Okay. Always be sure to save your post. If you don't save it, it won't make a difference in your output. So that's what we got. So we got Monday. Actually, we're using, so it's using one. We're getting Monday 1.2346, Tuesday, well, Monday through Friday 1.2346. Now, why is that? So I believe in this file, it's actually pulling format statement 2 and using that for altering the precision of it. So if we change this to 1.9 and save it, let's take a look here and see what we get. Am I pointing at the right post? One second. This is sort of throwing me for a loop here. So we're forcing output of these variables, and we really haven't even applied a format statement to it. So I wouldn't expect rounding to take place unless behind the scenes what's happening is our format statement 1 is making this rounding. But no, this is it's strange. Let me make sure that I have the right post associated with this. Shared variable formatting.pst. Yep. Okay, let me comment out this format statement and repost and see what happens. 1 second here. Yeah, I don't think this should be happening. Sam says, doesn't machine and control definition play a role in decimal output as well? Yeah, absolutely it does. But Rob, I'll unmute everyone. Rob, so I just commented out FS2 and I'm getting 4 decimal places. But
if I change FS2 to FS21, change the second 2 to a 1, and uncomment it, then you're going to get everything.
yeah, but see, so the thing is, the default precision for format statement 1 is, what did I say earlier? 9.9. So that's interesting that would have an impact. But I can see where it would. But at the same time, it
He did that. Yeah, he followed up with that.
But behind the scenes, we should have maximum precision taking place. No, yeah, I see what you're saying. That did fix it. But my concern is why was that even necessary?
Well, because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday have no format statements assigned to it.
Right. So if there's no statement assigned to it,
You're going to get
it
four
should use
decimal
the
places.
default. It should use the default precision, but that's why I'm sort of exploring what Sam said is absolutely machine and control definition has a role in the decimal output. So maybe in, I have created these machine definitions were actually created for this training. So maybe the precision in control def is limited to 4 decimal places. So yeah, it looks like our NC, the precision is actually 4 decimal places. And then we have 3 in metric. So that's why. So that makes sense. Okay, so I apologize for that. Yeah, Sam, you hit the nail on the head. The machine control def does play a role in decimal output, but I was sort of assuming we're using a copy of the default mil post, which shouldn't have any alterations in the precision of the output. So that's what created that difference there, that issue. Okay, so where were we? So those are, they're all initialized to this value, and it says post and verify your output. So your post and verify your output looks like this. So 4 decimals. So really, that's I guess the way this post was set up for this particular lesson. But now it says, because none of the variables have been assigned to a format assignment, MP outputs the name of the variable followed by the value formatted according to format statement number 2. It says modify format statement number 2 as follows. Post again, and it says the variables should be output as integers. So FS2 is set to 1. 1 space 0 space 1 space 0. So that what that means is we've eliminated the separator, and we're posting out an integer because we've eliminated the separator and also allowing for 0 places after the decimal point. Okay. Let's see. Hey Rob, what's up?
Yeah, I noticed when I first opened the post, FS2 was set to 2, correct?
It was, yeah. I believe I
But in step
I
4,
manipulated it.
directions, in step 4 in the directions, it says FS2 is 1, so you got to modify it to 1, which is probably why it was goofing you up with.
Let me see. Okay. Format statement 2. Add a second format statement to FS2 format statement to the post. Which lesson are you looking at?
Lesson exercise 4, the fourth step. It says modify FS2 to 1.
Okay, let me scroll down here. Lesson 1, 4th step. Okay, yeah, modify format statement 2 as follows. So make fs2 1 instead, and it says the variable should be output as integers. Yeah, you know, I think the purpose of this assignment is saying that. Why did I get confused here? So the reason I got confused here is because I'm saying fs2 and I set this to 1, right, initially, and then I said 9.9, and then I posted this thing out, and it didn't give me the value I expected. And so the reason for that is see, or did it? I have this at what, at 1.9, and then I did get this. I can't remember now. I need to back up. Okay, so if I have it set here, fs2 set to 1 at 1.9 and post it, yeah, so I did get the all the decimal places there. No, I think what that's talking about is to modify it to make it, the reason for making it 1 is because that format statement, we haven't actually assigned it to anything. So they're
Right, so
saying,
it's
hey,
using
let's change it to 1. And the reason for that is if you change it to 1, it should overwrite whatever's set up in your machine control and use those values instead. Now, if we had, say, a value of 2, as in that was the default number, correct? So 2, if you had a FS2 statement of 2, you would actually have to create a format assignment
well,
and then apply it to the
if you have
variables.
if you have an SF of 2, it's probably going to read what's in the control def and give you 4 decimal places, right? Because you have nothing assigned to number 2.
That's correct. Yes. Yeah, so if I have nothing assigned to number 2, this will do absolutely nothing.
Correct. It
It
has
should
to
do absolute. Yep. Yeah, so at that point it would look at the precision and control definition. Okay, let me unmute everyone. Let's see. Sam, so does that mean control machine definition acts as FS2 1 until otherwise specified in the post? Yes. That's exactly what that means. So whatever you have set up for precision in control and machine definition, that sort of becomes your FS2 1. Okay. Now all of that can be overwritten by whatever you set up here in the post. And I do apologize for the confusion here, guys, but I was sort of under the impression, and it's been a while since I worked through these exercises, but I was sort of under the impression that this post we were dealing with had identical precision to, the default mill post. So, which should be more than 4 decimal places. Maybe it's not, but default precision or max precision in Mastercam is 9 decimal places before or after. Okay. So I'm gonna have you guys do this. Let's modify the format statement number 2. I know I've already sort of made some changes to it, but make it FS2 1, which should overwrite your whatever you have set up in your machine definition. and then set it up as follows, and then repost, and then the output you should expect is here, is our integers. So no decimals, whole numbers. Lesson 2 says to add a second FS2 format statement to the post and create 5 format assignments, 1 for each variable. Modify the 2 FS2 statements and the FMT assignment so that you produce the following output. So yeah, we'll do that first lesson and lesson 2, and then we can move on. Probably don't need to do lesson 3 unless some of you are extra ambitious and you'd like to work through lesson 3. Give you guys a few minutes to work on that. 5 minutes or so. Oh, Sam, so I just saw your question here. And I'll unmute you as well. Can you show us how to apply FS2 to only one variable? Yes. So if I go back into, let's see, go back into Code Expert here. So we have FS2, right? And we have it set 1.9, 1.9. So this all comes into, that's really the reason why we use format assignments, right?
Yeah, and that was kind of my thought process, right? So like using the control def, machine def that covers 90 whatever % of your post, but say you got a couple values that you want to have a different output. That's kind of my thought on that.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, so that's really where format assignments come into play. And let me just to show you, I just want to show you in the documentation too, if you want to access that. I believe format assignments are covered as well.
It does it. It just I'm confused about one thing when it says letter or string prefix for NC output. Like,
okay,
it's
yeah,
optional.
Yeah, here we go.
So really, you don't even have to have that. I don't even have to have parentheses in there. Okay, I see it now. So I'm then just putting FMT. I'd put 2, and then I'd put Monday.
Right. So.
Okay, it's not that bad.
Oh my gosh, it's slowing down. Okay. So yeah, so FMT is what you start off with, and then after that you have your prefix if needed. It's optional. Okay. Yes. Then after that, the number of the FS or FS2 statement, the name of the variable you want to apply it to, and then you have this optional where it says string. This is just an optional suffix if you want to apply, some sort of additional string afterwards. And then we have a linked incremental flag and output modifier, which we really won't talk about much. But so the way you would go about doing this in MP is if I created a, these are our format statements, right?
Yep.
And then we have our format assignments. So let's say I wanted to apply FS2 number 2, right? It's our statement number 2, only to Monday. The way I would do that is FMT 2 space and then the name of the variable, Monday.
It's literally that
You're done.
simple.
You're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if you want to apply a, so let's say we wanted to have this thing say, you know, have the day of the week or something. We could say day of week. So now I have this optional prefix. So now this would actually output anytime it saw Monday, it would apply that, you know, that statement or the apply this format statement here against this variable, and then create this additional prefix as well. And then you also have the optional suffix after the name of the variable. So that's how that works. So.
Oh, prefix suffix. Okay, duh, makes sense. Sweet. Thank you
Yeah,
very
they
much.
sort of in the documentation, it's a little bit. It seems a little bit more complicated than it really is, but yeah, that's how it works. Prefix, and this is the number of the format statement, and this is the variable, and then after that you have a suffix. So that's how it works.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so when you post it out, it omits the Monday, and I did Tuesday for the second variable. So you have to put in like Monday to follow the same path. Okay.
Yeah, so more than likely, looking at this exercise, which I have not worked through it yet, you'll need to create multiple. Let's see. So this is that's the desired output, I guess. It's M1 and then T1.235 W1. So you'll have to create a couple of different format statements and then create different format assignments. In this case, it says to create 5, one for each variable, and then apply those format assignments, right, to each of the different variables that you've defined, which are Monday through Friday. Does that kind of make sense? All right.
Yep, I got it.
Awesome. All right, I'll give you guys 3-4 minutes, and we'll take a look. All right, guys, it's been a few minutes, so let's take a look at a solution here. First of all, I'll unmute everyone. Or, like I said before, I've been saying, feel free to enter something into the chat. If anyone would like to volunteer, feel free to do so. Or if any of you have any questions.
Yeah, I'll volunteer if you want, Jeremy.
Okay, sure. Give you a control here. All righty, go for it.
All right, so it says add a second format statement to the post, which is the one I added here. I created the 5 format assignments to make up for the MT, W, TH, and F. And then I added the second format statement to produce the desired output of one number and 3 decimals. This could have been either a 1 or a 0, I guess, because it's only a 1 number here. So it really doesn't state what you want, but I do get the output I need by formatting these variables. This is what I come up with.
Awesome. Nope, that's perfect. I think that's that's exactly what I came up with too.
What's
you.
with the different coloring of the lines of code?
That's characteristic of CodeXpert.
Okay.
It's for when you're editing an NC program, it colors the X, Y's, and Z's different colors so you can see them. The F has different colors. It's really handy
Right.
when you're editing an NC program.
Yes, I'm just used to seeing it in X, Y, and Z, not with random.
Oh yeah.
All right, that makes sense. Yep.
All right, yeah.
So
So
you have
I
like
think,
you have
Rob,
like M codes, T codes, F codes. See it sees the M1 as an M1 and NC code. It sees the T1, 2, 3 as a tool number.
Yep.
Yep. So that's what you're seeing. Yep.
yeah, was this the same? Hold on 1 second here. Make sure you can see my screen here. There we go. My internet's being sort of finicky. And was this the same? Were these the same format statements you came up with, Rob? I believe they were. 0.3 and
yes.
okay.
But I did it backwards.
Okay. Yeah, as far as the
my
order.
2 was your 3. Yeah, my 2 is your 3, but it doesn't really matter. But those are the
Okay.
right numbers. Yep.
Yeah, so this, just to let everyone know, this 0.3 means any number of digits before the decimal and then 3 after, right? And then this FS2 3 statement, right? 1 space 0 means an integer because we're saying we don't want a separator and we want 0 places after the decimal. And that's how we came up with the output of, M1, W1, F1, which we applied those through our format assignments. Oh, that's the wrong guy. Right here. 3, 2, 3, 2. So we just alternated between the 2 different format statements we created based on the output we wanted, whether it be an integer or whether we wanted to round to 3 decimal places for Tuesday and Thursday. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody. It's been about an hour, so we can take a 10-minute break. But before we take a break, does anyone have a question? Good. All right. So it's 2:11. We'll take a 10-minute break. I'll see you guys back at 2:21 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, it is, it's 2:22 actually, so let's go ahead and continue. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me and see my screen. Can I get a hand raise real quick? All right, great. So I know we've sort of been working with some examples, and this is going to be especially the case in this MP Basics post course or post training. They're not really, I mean, they're definitely applicable to what you would use when you develop a post, but maybe they seem sort of, they might seem useless right now because they're not, we're just looking at very rudimentary examples. You know, never would you post out hello world or, you know, just create some sort of format statement to make changes to days of the week and things like that. But I want you to understand that this is definitely applicable to a real post that you would use in Mastercam. So I wanted to sort of show you an example of where you could make a modification and see. We've been working with format statements and format assignments. So what I'll do is open up a file here, and I'll just choose a random file. Let me see here. I'll pick this guy. Okay, this is an older file, but we'll use this as an example. So I have a 4-axis, multi-axis toolpath here. One is using a clean core machining methodology or strategy, and the other one is actually pointing at the solid itself. So this first toolpath, I'll go ahead and post this out. I believe what I'm using is MP Fan, and I can verify that by clicking on Files and taking a look here. Yeah, we're using our default mill post. Hopefully this doesn't take too long to post out. It is, I believe, 4-axis output. So let me, we'll just post this out. Yep, use an MP Fan. I'll click OK. And we can just save this and take a look at the output. Okay, so this is what we get. It's a fairly large file. Yeah, so almost 35,000 lines of code, but you can notice we have, as far as X, Y, and Z values, mostly you see here X and Z, but it looks like they're formatted to 4 decimal places. Okay, and in the event there was a 0 before the value, you know, if it's a non-value prior to the decimal point, it's not actually outputting a 0, it's outputting nothing. So if there's nothing there, we simply get the decimal point followed by the 4 decimal places. Now, also, if you have a value, as far as its precision doesn't equate to 4 decimal places, we only get 3. So we don't get a trailing 0, okay, in this location. So I wanted to make a modification to this post and just show you how it affects output. So you can see that, you know, in a real post instead of the post we're working with. So let me close this. I'll just minimize it so I don't have to open it again. And then actually let's open up, we're using MP Fan.
So, and you don't have to do this with me. You can just watch, follow along. So I have MP fan open, and that's the post we're using with this part file. And we're working with format statements and assignments. So if I go to format assignments first, we have all of these different assignments that are applying different format statements. Remember, we have a prefix if needed, and then the number of the format statement we'd like to assign to a variable. Okay, so here we say format, and then we want to populate the letter T and use format statement number 4, which is right here, and it looks like it's an integer, okay? And we're applying that to $, which is our tool number. First tool, next tool, tool offset number. We're applying that to quite a few different variables. So in our X, Y, and Z output, remember we had 4 decimal places max. And if we look here, we have format a prefix X2, and we're applying that to the variable X ABS, which is our X position output. And the same thing for Y and Z. So if we go back and take a look at format statement number 2, right here. So we have 0.4, which means 4 decimal places for inch output, and 0.3, which is 3 decimal places for metric output. So let's say I make this 0.9, okay? And then let's say I make this I'll make that 3. So 3.9, so a minimum of 3, and then 9 after. And then if I place an L and a T here, I'm also providing for leading and trailing zeros. Okay. The first thing I'll do is I'm not going to assign a new post to this part file. I'll still use MP fan, but I'm going to make a backup of this one. So I'll just go to save as and call this MP fan original.pst. Okay. And I'll go back to the format statements, and we had what? 0.4 and 0.3. And I made those 3.9. So now I shouldn't have to apply a different post. I went in and saved that. Remember, this was our original output. Let's repost this and see what we get. Okay, so you can see the difference here. This was our original, just using the MP fan without any modifications to that format statement, and this was making modifications to it. And this is the output we get. So much higher precision. We have leading and trailing zeros. So huge numbers. I really wish machine tools work to this degree of precision, but unfortunately that's not the case. I just wanted to show you in an actual post how that has a profound impact on the output that you get. All right. So I think we've probably talked enough about formatting. Let's get into post blocks. We'll talk about post lines as well. So we've already sort of worked with these. Well, we have been working with these. So in MP, a post block is a chunk of processing logic that can be called and executed as needed. And it can contain multiple statements. Each post block has two parts. The first line declares the post block name, and like everything else we've declared, declaration has to start in the column number 1, so up against the far left margin of your text editor. And then underneath the definition, we can add one or more lines of processing logic. So typically contained within a post block, you have multiple lines of processing logic. Like variables, post blocks can be predefined or user defined. And the ones that are predefined end with a $sign. A post block in MP is synonymous with a function or procedure in many other programming languages. So we've already looked at, I'll just open up end of file, sure. All right, so this is a post block, okay? It's up against the left-hand margin. And this is a predefined post block because it ends in a $sign, okay? And this is the post block call for end of file. And then we have a post line that's indented. So post block always up against the left-hand margin. Post lines indented below that post block, okay? And the reason you use predefined post blocks is because you're saying, I want to call, make a call to something that's taking place in my file, right? Since it's predefined, like for example, I think maybe yesterday we used plin, which is, I'm not going to save this post, but plin is linear move at a feed rate, right? So that means anytime there's linear motion taking place, it would actually create some sort of output. Now, if we didn't have a plin in our post, then linear output wouldn't take place. So under here, I could have, X, Y, Z positional data. Okay, so I have a post block. I'm saying, hey, in the event that there's linear motion taking place, let's output our X, Y, and Z positional data. Okay. So what can you do with a post block? They have 3 basic functions. You can use a post block to output strings or variables, which we've been working with. It can be used to solve a formula, or it can be used to call another post block. Each NCI line, it's our NC intermediate data, when it's read based on the G code associated with it, will call a specific post block. For example, when a pair of NCI lines is read, the G code that's read determines which post block is initially called. So for example, if the G code in the NCI file is 1, meaning linear motion, MP will call a post block called plin $, right? And I just showed you that, plin. And it's a predefined post block that's meant to handle linear motion. And inside of that post block, you can call other post blocks. You can calculate values, you can do whatever you want. But plin is sort of where it starts. So post block is where it starts. Yeah, so back in the, on the extranet, if I log in here, and we take a look at post documentation. So NCI lines, toolpath data. What I'm referring to here is when you post out the NCI data, in the event that it runs into a 2-line set where 1 is the G code, which is linear movement, so linear move at a feed rate. At that point, in the NCI file, it would actually call plin, okay, because that's linear movement. That's sort of the post block, the predefined post block associated with linear movement. So it would make a call to that, and then whatever lines you have underneath it, that would be your output. Hopefully that sort of makes sense. Okay, declaring a post block. So here, these are just some rules, I think, for declaring a post block. They must, all post blocks, they begin with a post block label. So you have to name it, and it can contain letters and numbers and an underscore. But post blocks have to start with the letter P. That doesn't mean that variables cannot start with the letter P. It just means that post blocks have to. Okay, so I could have a variable called, P underscore my var, and it could just be a variable. It doesn't have to be a post block. But if you're defining a post block, it has to start with the letter P. And no other information except a comment can be on the same line with the post block label. So you can't place additional information there. Otherwise, MP might interpret it as a variable definition. The line that declares the post block name cannot be indented, and other lines have to be indented. So the post lines that go underneath it that actually provide your output or your calculations, whatever you're trying to accomplish, they need to be indented underneath that post block. And the number of spaces for indentation is optional as long as it's greater than 0. I know up to this point in Code Expert, when I've been showing you guys examples, I typically hit the tab key, just tab over 5 spaces. But you could actually indent 1 space if you wanted, or 2 or 3, whatever your preference is, as long as it's not up against that margin. We try to use our best programming practices to indent accordingly so that our code is as readable as possible, I guess. So you know you've reached the end of a post block when it reaches another line that is not indented. Now MP uses an optional letter L or M instead of P when defining post blocks. Okay, that I just gave you this rule. I said it must start with the letter P, but that's not always the case. In instances that it starts with an L or an M, that means that it's lathe or mill specific. Okay, so sometimes you'll run into these post block names that start with an L or an M, and that means they're specific to lathe or mill. And it's perfectly fine. But the specific usage of those, I probably won't cover that during our training. If you have any questions about it, feel free to ask, but we probably won't get into that too much. All user-defined post blocks have to start with the letter P. So if you're creating your own post block from scratch, it's not predefined, has to start with the letter P. Okay, making post blocks easy to read. Always remember to make your post blocks easy to read. Well, all of your programming for that matter. It's a good idea to include a comment. Here it says PSOF$, and then we have a comment that says start of file for non-zero tool number. So this tells you exactly what the purpose of the code is. Post blocks can appear in any order, but it's good to keep post blocks together. For example, motion post blocks. So we have, I've already talked about plin. We have prapid, which is used for rapid motion. We have pcir, which is used for circular motion. So these post blocks can exist anywhere in your post, but it's a good idea to keep them grouped together just because they sort of work together, right? They all describe motion. So if I were to create a, a post block describing motion, wouldn't be a bad idea to keep everything related to motion in one place. It just makes more sense. Predefined post blocks. They're used as entry post blocks. And what it says here is they're called automatically when NCI lines are read. So entry post block meaning anytime I showed you an example earlier in the event that we're describing linear motion. So we have this NCI 1 in our file. So anytime a 1 is seen, if we have a plin in our post, it'll automatically call that. Okay, so that sort of enters in, allows entry to create some sort of output or at least allow for calculations or read post lines associated with that post block. Okay, so that's what I mean by entry. So they're predefined, uses entry post blocks, called automatically. And MP, once again, it reads 2 lines at a time from the NCI file. So the first line is the code line, and whatever G code that is, 1 would be linear movement. G code, that G code will determine which predefined entry post block is called. Okay, so another example is if it were, say, a 0, that would mean that it would call rapid motion. Okay, and you can always refer back to the reference guide here. 2 would be an arc move clockwise. 3 would be counterclockwise. And then 4 is a dwell, so on and so forth. All right, user-defined post blocks. So user-defined post blocks, they're post blocks obviously created by you, the developer or the programmer. They're not reserved by MP. They always begin with the letter P. They're never called directly from MP. So any post block that you write, you have to call from another post block. And that's another reason why I call these the predefined post blocks entry post blocks, because when you post something out, it needs to look at something else in order to generate some sort of output, right? So it first of all looks at, obviously looks at all the NCI data, and if there's not a G code associated with a post block, then it's really not going to get read. Okay, so if you want some sort of output that's usable within your post, depending on what area you want it located, the post blocks that you write, you need to call them from another post block that's predefined. You can do this on a line by themselves, or you can do this from a line within the post block. So an example would be, let's say you have a line of code in your post that outputs $, which is the sequence number, right? The block number. And then a literal G43 followed by, so we have a literal G43 followed by T LNG NO $. Okay. which is the tool length number. So the length number offset, and then we're outputting ZR dollar, and that's actually the rapid position. And then asterisk means we're forcing that value out. I know we haven't talked about a lot of anything really with modality up to this point, but that asterisk means we'll force this value out no matter what. And we have P cool on, which since it doesn't end with a dollar, it's something that is not a predefined post block, okay? So this is something that has been created by the post developer. And what this is, I would assume, is a post block that's intended to turn the coolant on. So in this line, we could have a call to pcool on and then have a separate post block that we've created that turns the coolant on. So you can call a post block as part of an output line, I guess is what I'm getting at here. Okay, so let's take a look at a post here. And this is a post we've already worked with. Actually, I'll open up the Mastercam file and then open up the post in the editor. So we worked with variables.pst before. And this is what I wrote. Okay, so this was just, I think I made some changes to this file initially, but I could write a separate post block here. So by the way, this p header dollar, that's a predefined post block. And then these are the post lines underneath associated with it. So when this gets called, we have the output taking place on these three lines in the form of the post lines. So I'll create a, we talked about plin, which is linear movement. Okay, so plin means it's an output to the NC of linear movement at a feed rate. Okay, specifically feed motion. So what I could do here is I want to demonstrate that you can call other post blocks from within a post block. So I'll create actually before I do that, this will probably make more sense if I do this first. I'll create a post block and call it p say hello. And then I'll simply enter in a literal hello, an $E, so end of line, right? And then up here in plin, the first thing I'll do is create a call to p say hello, and then I'll output sequence number X, Y, Z, and $E for end of line. Okay, so what I would expect to happen here, if I'll comment out this, I don't really care about this p header anymore. We worked on that earlier. Oops, 1 second. There we go. Maybe. Not cooperating. Okay, so I've commented out p header. In the event that we have linear motion in our output, the first thing I would expect this to do is call the post block p say hello, which we have this post line underneath it that should output the literal hello, and then after that we should have output of these values here. Okay, so for each line, each time a G-code 1 is read from the NCI file, MP should launch plin, and the first thing plin is going to do is call this post block that says hello. We'll do that first. So it should write hello, the literal hello, and then once it's done with that post block, it should come back where it left off. So this next line, and it should write out $, $, $, $, $. So it should write out positional information here. So I'll save this variables.pst, and I'm back in my variables mastercam file. Go ahead and post this out and save it and see what happens. Okay, so just sort of like we expected here, before each line of output, we get the word hello. And then we get our output. Okay, so our N and then our X, Y, and Z data. Something I think I touched on this before. Maybe I didn't. Even though we're outputting N, X, Y, and Z, you'll notice on each line we don't have X, Y, and Z output. Okay, on this first one we do. On this, line number 4, it's only Y output. 6 is only X and Y, no Z output. So it continues on with X, Y pretty much until the end, and then we have Z motion taking place. And I'm curious, let me unmute everyone. Maybe I talked about this, maybe I didn't. Does anyone know why we only have Y movement here and only X and Y movement all the way till the end, and then we have Z movement?
Modality.
Why is that? Yep, no, absolutely. Yep, has to do with modality. Hit the nail on the head there. And what modality is, and we'll get into that, what that means is every variable in MP has an initial value assigned to it. All right, and if that value changes, then you'll get output. If that value does not change, and you don't provide it some instructions on, say, telling it to go ahead and output that value, then you won't receive output. So the reason we didn't receive output on line, well, in this case, it's line 4 because we have these hellos sprinkled throughout the post, which are unnecessary, but it was just sort of an exercise. This first line here, we need to establish the initial position of this thing in X, Y, and Z. And then if we actually look at our part, this might make more sense. And then after that, once that position's been established, we don't have arc movement being posted, by the way, it's all linear here. So we don't have that lead in being posted out. But after that, we only have a change in Y, and that's it. So X and Z remained the same. That's why we didn't receive any sort of, X and Z output. And then here, X and Y changed, but Z didn't. Here, X and Y changed, Z didn't. And that holds true all the way till the end. And then the final motion here, we have linear movement only in Z after it completes this linear movement to this X and Y position here. Let's see. All right, Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to step on your toes, Jeremy, or jump ahead, but the concept that really helped me grasp modality, and I hope it helps everybody else, is that when MP runs, it takes every variable that you create and it creates a previous and a current version of that variable.
Yep.
So as you can see in line 100, the current values of those X, Y's, and Z's are 1.25, 2.625, and minus 0.2. So that goes into the current value variable of the X, Y, and Z. Now what MP does is if it sees if the current value does not equal the previous value, then it outputs. It says, hey, something changed, I have to output it. That's what modality is all about. If they get to the next NCI line and the current and the previous are identical, there's no output on that particular variable. And it does that every single NCI line. It compares the current value with the previous value, that updates the current to the previous. So now you basically just updated the previous value to the current value. So then it looks for another change. Is that clear, or did I just screw everybody up?
No, that makes sense, and I can provide an illustration here. Maybe. Let me open up this. Yeah. So in MP, you actually have 4 memory locations, but I just want to talk about 2 because we're talking about the basics course. So you have some extended memory locations, but as Rob pointed out, you have a previous value and a current value, and that's really what we'll focus on here. So I'll just create a blank file.
And in MP, you can actually get to the current and previous values if you want, but that's advanced.
Yep. Let me install on exit. All right, let me change this to just a regular brush.
Jeremy, I'm surprised is that in the course? Is it anywhere of the previous and current value tables?
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah, when we get it.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
just touch on it in when we talk about modality, we'll touch on that. So you have 2 boxes really, okay? So this is we can call this our previous value, and I'll PR value. By the way, you can call previous values as well by placing PRV underscore and then the name of the variable, and this would be like our current value. And my handwriting is horrible, I apologize. So let's say we have a variable and we call it my var, and we initialize it to 1.
Well, I just stick to an NC code, make it X string, so it's the X value of whatever program you're in. You know?
Yeah, so X. Yep. Yeah, so let's say X, we're outputting linear motion, and X at this point happens to be 1. All right. So what that means is its current value is 1, and also its previous value is 1. Okay, unless it is changed from that point. Now, the typical default value is 0, so you'll usually always get some sort of output on the first line that's created. But let's say that it started off 0, and then we had some sort of linear movement. So the current value became 1. Okay, and what happened was if this were 0 initially, now it's no longer 0, now it's 1. So the previous value and the current value are 1. So if we had a you know, a path or something, we had a square we were running a contour around, the only time we would get any sort of output would be in the event that that X value changes. Okay. So if X never changes, you would get 0 output. Now, in this example here, obviously we'd have a negative going this direction, right? And then we'd have a Y movement here, and then an X positive. So let's say that our, just to make this make more sense based on my illustration, this were actually -1. So it started off at 0, and then it became -1, so it moved 1 inch this direction. And then in the Y, it moved a -1. So we had no output from X. So we would start off with, our output would be something like, you know, X -1, and then Y, we'll say Y -1. But we wouldn't have any sort of X output here because
the previous equal to current.
correct. So the previous value of X, which its value, you know, X in this location here, did not change. Okay, it remained the same. The only thing that changed was Y, because it's just a feed move around a part. So Y changed. So we have output in Y, but not in X. Now, when X reaches this position and needs to move this direction, X will change. And assuming this part is, I'm just saying it's, you know, 1 inch or 1 millimeter, it's a perfect square. We're traveling around this thing. When it gets to this position, X will change. So X will become 1. Okay, that's its new value. So we can cross out that guy. But what happens when its new value is 1, that also becomes its previous value. So now X is equal to 1. So unless the previous value and the current value are different, you will get absolutely 0 output. When we come over here, this is just a Y +1, right? That's a Y1. So we'd get no output from X whatsoever. Now, in modality, the way modality works is just like Rob was saying, if a value doesn't change in MP, it doesn't really see the need to post it out, okay? You won't get output. But there are some clever ways or some different ways that you can go about outputting values in the event that you want them output anyway. And you can use that with some different numerical operators and things like that. Okay, but actually in MP, and I'm not going to get into all the details of this. We might cover this in intermediate, but you have 4 memory slots. So you have your previous, you have your current value, and then you have these extended values down here at the bottom as well, okay? So you actually have 4 memory slots that are accessible. Now, one thing I do want to say is that this previous value, what's nice about it is you can force this out at any time. If you call a PRV underscore and then the name of a variable, it will be output every single time, okay? The current value, which is the name of the variable, it's not actually preceded with CUR underscore. It's simply the variable name. It will not be output if the value has not changed. Hopefully that's not too confusing, but I think when we get into a modality example, it'll make a lot more sense.
Yeah, I think should leave it right there, just so they can say, we know what this is about. When we get into modality, they can see, oh, that's where it all comes from.
Yeah, but thanks, Rob. I appreciate that.
Not a problem.
Okay, so let's see. We were just taking a look at this output here. And before we take a break, I want to show you one other thing. Is you can nest post blocks. Okay, so you can nest these things. So let's say we had another post block. So here we have P say hello, and we called it up here when we had linear movement, outputted this positional data. Something I could do here is create a separate post block, and I'll call it P underscore there, and I'll simply create a literal and call it comma space there. So what should happen here is if I place this P there as a separate call to another post block within this post block, now what I'd expect to happen is in the event we have linear movement, it'll call P say hello. So it will output hello and then have a carriage return. So we'll have a line break there. After that, it will call P there, and then P there should say there, right? Carriage return. And then after it completes all of that, it'll return back to plin and then output this position data. So let me save variables and then post it out. All right, so now we get hello, and a separate line, comma there. And then we have our positional data. Okay, one other thing, let's make another change here. So we have a carriage return at this point for hello. So it's instead of placing hello there on one line, is actually it's like pressing enter, creating a separate line, putting there on a separate line. So if I remove that and just make this say hello and then repost it, let's see what happens. Okay, so now we get hello. Look at our post. Now, if you notice, there's a space. I didn't place a space here, but we have a space in between the comma here and there. Okay, so it says this is a little bit better. We have hello there on one line, but we still have this space that's somewhat unexpected, right? So why is that there? And the reason for that is because in the control definition, we talked about this yesterday, space is $. It has to be set to 1. So that's my guess. That's probably set to 1, and what that does is that's an output element that will create a space in between these elements, and that's why that's there. So anyway, it's 3:12, and I've been talking way too much, so we can take a break. And hopefully this will give you a decent understanding of post blocks and how they function, so that when we proceed, you'll be ready to use them in practice. When we get back from break, we'll talk about post lines, which we've been working with already, but we'll go into some more detail about rules and things like that and what you can do with them. But before we take a break, any questions for me? And everyone is unmuted.
Jeremy,
Yes.
Could you look at my screen?
Yep. Okay, you should have control.
Yes, yes. I have the same results like you show, but I get errors and don't know why. I will show you.
You know, it might be because I was working with just the variables post and not the variable formatting post. But we can
Yes.
take a look at the errors. That's fine. So
Sorry,
yeah, it
one
looks
moment.
like on that part also we have linear motion taking place. Yeah, choose yes, and let's take a look at those errors. All right, so we have errors on. So you go back to the error file.
Yes.
Let me write this down real quick, and we'll take a look at those lines. So errors on 30, 34, 36, 38. Okay, so let's take a look at those lines.
This one, and this one.
Your post block's not at the beginning of the margin. The second say hello's got to be at the margin.
Yeah, yeah.
Margin?
No,
Yeah,
he said no. The next one up. Next one up.
Yeah, you need
This
to
one?
Up.
no, up. Yeah.
Move that all the way
This
to the
one?
margin. No, all the way to the left.
Yep.
Oh,
There you
there you go. Same with that one. Yep.
Result?
Yep.
Keep
That's
going.
it.
No, no, not that one. Not that one. Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, now
Okay.
one more. You got line 30, 38,
This one.
line 40. Keep going down on your post. There's one more you got to do.
I don't see more.
No, maybe not. Okay, that's it. That should be okay.
That's probably it. I think it
Okay.
gave Marathon all of the.
Ah,
Yeah, you repost it now.
moment.
It should work.
One moment. Okay. Save it. Ah,
Hang on, might be something else.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the error file.
Yeah, line 30 got one more. Line 34 looks like.
now I don't see anything.
But yeah, but go back to your error file. There you go. Enter duplicate post block declaration. Go back to your post. Line 34. Yeah, you gotta move. See under P-Lin? Up,
Here?
nope, up.
Yeah,
up,
you need to indent.
up,
Please say hello.
up, right there. Nope, down one. Down one.
Yeah,
Move that.
indent.
There you go. That'll work.
Okay.
Yeah, so something we might talk about tomorrow are cascading post blocks where you can have multiple post blocks that aren't indented and apply them to a set of post lines.
Thank you. Great. Fantastic.
Yeah. Good now?
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Rob.
What is adoption?
All right.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break here and meet back. Let's see, it's about 3:17. Meet back at 3:27. See you guys in 10 minutes. All right, everyone, it is 3:27, so let's continue. If you can hear me, could you please raise your hand? All right, great. Okay, so we've already sort of talked about post lines, so I'll try to breeze through this relatively quickly. And post lines, we've been writing them, and they're the they're the lines of code that are contained within a post block. So up until now, any line that you've written in these exercises, other than creating a new post block, they've been post lines. Just to reiterate what we've talked about before, and especially in the last example we looked at, post lines must be indented. That they cannot be lined up or up against the left margin. So they can't start in the first column. They have to be indented. And you'll receive an error because MP is going to think that you're declaring something when really you're not. Post lines are going to be consisted of arguments that are separated by commas, and the post line arguments can be variables, they can be formulas, calls to other post blocks, commands, among some other things as well. So what can you do with post lines? They're divided into categories. First one is output, and this is if you want to output a variable. You can output a variable, the value of one by typing its name. For example, if you wanted to output the variable myvar, just an example, you can type in myvar in a post line and it would output the value of it. You can also call other post blocks from post lines, like we saw in the previous example. You can use post lines for formulas, calculations, or functions, such as trigonometry functions. You can use conditional logic. So you can have if, then, while statements, which we will also cover. So while loops, things like that. And post lines can be comments as well, or they can have or be command words, such as a command that you might want to execute if you want to write a tool table, let's say. We'll talk about that later as well. Output post lines. So it says these are the instructions that write the lines of NC code to your NC file. They contain one or more arguments that are variables separated by commas. And what MP does is it recognizes these as variables and will output them. It builds a line of output in memory until it reaches an $$ command. Okay, when MP reads $, it's instructed to take whatever that line has been building up to that point and create some sort of output, so it outputs it. So for example, as we saw earlier, we can build a string hello, comma, in 2 different lines. We had the first line, I think, let's see if we go back here. We had P say hello, so we had a post block, P say hello, and there is no $$ here, so nothing is written yet. And then we call P there, and then it reads this, calls this post block and reads this post line. Remember, post lines are indented. So it uses this post line, and then it creates the output. Because it encountered this $, so the entire string that's been building up to that point is output to the NC file. So that's why in our output, we get hello there, right? Because here, all we said was, hey, there's a literal hello, but don't output anything. Now, if we had an $$ here, it would place hello and there on separate lines, but since we didn't, we just said, hey, call this post block and read this post line. And after that, let's call this post block. And then we input this literal and then provide output. Okay, so whenever it encounters this $, that means let's write something to the post. outputting variables and strings. So when outputting variables on post lines, each variable should be separated with a comma. All right, so spaces after the comma aren't necessary, but it's good to use them anyway, just because it helps the code a little bit more readable. So yeah, when you're separating variables, all you really need is a comma, but I typically put a space in there too, just to make everything easier to see. Variables are output from left to right as they appear on the post line. So just looking at this example, so we have this indented post line, right? Needs to be indented. $, comma, we have a defined variable, user defined variable, another one, and then we have $. So whenever this is output, it will be in order from left to right as they appear. Okay, so if we had like X, Y, Z positional data, if you said $, $, $, it would be output in that order, X, Y, Z. If you had, you know, contrastingly Z, Y, X or something, it would be output in that order. Okay. Now we talked about modality a little bit, and which determines whether a value will be output or not. And I think we'll get into more specific example later. So I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead here. It says not every variable will be output. It has to do with modality. And that's what we refer to when we talk about modality. So that's what we're getting into now, actually. So the following slides, I believe, will show us some special characters that we can put in front of a variable that will override modality. So for example, we could force output. So let's look through a few of these examples. The first one is regular output. So here's a variable SS dollar. And what SS stands for is spindle speed. So anytime you want to output spindle speed, you could use SS dollar. So the first thing MP does if you have regular output is it solves a global formula. I think we sort of touched on this. Global formula is if you use an equal sign and apply a formula to something. So it would solve that formula first. And then after that, it says it rounds the variable according to the assigned format statement, FS or FS2. So if we had a format statement, or actually a format assignment using a format statement applied to this variable, it would go ahead and perform that rounding or that format according to what was set up. And then thirdly, it outputs to the NC file based on the modality setting. Okay. So by default, if the value doesn't change or hasn't changed since the last time it was output, it won't get output again. And then finally, it says it will update the previous variable. So we sort of talked about this. I drew a little illustration. So there are two boxes, right? We have our, there's four actually, but we have our previous, and then we have our current value. Okay, so what it does is it performs all these things, and then finally it updates the previous variable for this. And I'd like to point out that previous variables, they're preceded with PRV underscore and then the name of the variable. And you can output those at any time by making a call to them. They completely ignore modality. So anytime you want to output a previous variable, it will be output no matter what. Okay, so that's regular output. That has no sort of symbol preceding the variable. This is forced output. So if we put an asterisk in front of the variable name that we're going to output, this means that you want to force its output. So this means whether the value has changed or not, it will be output regardless. What MP does is the same pretty much. It solves the global formula. It rounds the variable according to the assigned format statement. Then it outputs the NC file regardless of the modality setting. And then it will still update its previous value. So the only thing different here with an asterisk is it will be output no matter what. Even if, let's say, our spindle speed on line 100 was 1,000 or something. So we had a, spindle speed was set to 1,000, and then say line 101, it happened to be 1,000 as well, but we had a call to output spindle speed on that next line. Since we used an asterisk, it would still output the spindle speed. Now with modality in place, if you had regular output and the spindle speed was still 1,000 at that position or that point, then there would be no need to output it. Okay. So there's a purpose for modality. And I think probably the biggest reason we use it is because you're feeding the machine control a lot less information. Okay. So that's why regular output, if any of you are wondering, why regular output sort of restricts or limits the output from the post. Because if the machine control doesn't need X, Y, Z, spindle speed, all these things that are taking place, behind the scenes, positional data, changes in angle, also all these things taking place. If there's not a change taking place at the machine, why does it need that information? Well, some machine controls do, some don't. But the less information we can feed the machine, the less it has to read, and also the smaller the NC file. So by default, that's why we sort of limit the amount of output. But you do have the capability within MP to force out information if needed. So this next one here, forced output used an asterisk. This is dependent output. So dependent output of a variable. So if you precede a variable with a grave accent, as you can see here. One second, let me back up. Okay. Yeah, grave accent. So what happens is MP will output the variable only if there's output on the same line. So this is very common if, let's say, you are outputting linear motion. So you want to output a G1 and you want to put an X and a Y coordinate as well. Suppose for some reason X and Y don't change. So there's not going to be any sort of X or Y output. You don't want a G1 on a line by itself. So maybe when you output your G code, you could put this grave accent before it, because what it will say is output this G1, but only if there's output on this same line. So what MP does is it solves the global formula, formats the value based on the format statement, and it only allows output if there's other output on the same line, and then it updates the previous value only if the value is output. Dependent output of a literal string, which we have talked about. literal strings surrounded by single quotes. Okay, and we haven't really talked about this, using single quotes instead. So double quotes, it will output the variable every time. If you surround them by single quotes, what that means is, so this is not a numeric value, right? This is a literal value. This is dependent output of a literal string. The way this works is if you surround it by single quotes, it will only output that value if there's other output on the same line. So it sort of works like the Grave accent to a variable, but the same idea, it works for a literal string. So double quotes, it gets output. In fact, if you have double quote literal string, it's going to be output every single time. It's like a force. Single quotes, they only output if there's output on the same line, so it's dependent. We have forced update. And I realize this is a lot, guys. I think in the documentation it goes over each of these symbols and what they do. But there's quite a bit to digest here. So forced update is an exclamation point before a variable, and what this does is it updates the modality without outputting the variable. So there's no output. And there are some cases where you'd want to do this. So what MP does is it solves the global formula. It rounds the number based on the format statement. It does not output the value regardless of whether it should be output or not. So if there were, was a change in it or something, it doesn't care. There's no output. And then it updates the previous value so the modality is preserved. So you would use this in cases where you had a variable and you wanted to perform some calculations behind the scenes, but you didn't want any sort of output taking place. That's when you would proceed it with an exclamation point. We have forced format. And this uses the @ symbol before a variable. And what it does is it formats the variable based on its format statement. It does not output the variable. This is sort of handy if you want to compare two values, I think. So let's say you want to compare two values and one of them is maybe coming from the NCI file and maybe it has 8-place precision or something like that. And then another variable you want to compare is 4-place precision. So if you want to compare to say that they're equal, obviously they're not going to be equal, but they're only going to be different by a small amount based on the precision, which is beyond the precision in your format statement. You could use something like this. Let's see. So what it does is it internally rounds the values based on the format statement, but it doesn't output and it does not update the previous either. It just takes the current value and rounds it. That's really all it does. It takes a look at the current value and creates the rounding. And then we have a tilde, which is forced debugging output. So what does this mean? When you place a tilde in front of a variable name, it means that you want to output it to the NC file. And I think we saw this in our unformatted and formatted format statement assignment that we were working with. We had a tilde. So it outputs the NC file. It's used for debugging purposes, and you'll commonly use this as a developer. It does not format the variable, does not solve any global formula. It simply writes out raw data without updating the previous value. So it takes whatever's in memory unformatted, writes it out. It's used mostly for inspecting a variable's value while you're writing a post and developing and debugging. you know, in the event that you want to see the values of the variable at different times throughout the posting process. So back in, if I open that guy up, we can take a look at it. I think it was just format statement post. You see here, we have this tilde, and it's unformatted, and it's looking at these predefined variables, right? So what that means with that tilde is it does not, it completely ignores format statements. All right, it's completely unformatted, but it still writes out that raw data. So anytime you want raw data for a variable, you can output this tilde and then the name of the variable, and it won't apply the format statements to it. So here, even though we have XR, right, we have a format assignment applied to it. In this unformatted section of our post line here, it completely ignores the format assignment. Okay. Lots of modality settings here. Additional string output techniques. So we have ASCII value, for example, 32. So this would output the character denoted by the code, and we use this to output special characters like a pound sign or a hashtag. Don't enclose these in quotes because this will become a literal string. So if you put a number on a post line by itself, it won't output the value of the number. Okay, it will output the ASCII character whose code is the number that you provide. So when you use the asterisk, it only works on that instance of output. So if you want to force, for example, SS dollar, it will force SS dollar, but sometimes you want to force a variable, not right now, but you want to force it the next time it occurs. So yeah, there's just some additional ways to output strings. I don't want to get too heavy into this though, because we probably won't work with it too much in our basic training here. We have more additional techniques for forcing output. Okay, so one technique you'll see in older posts is to set the previous variable to a value that's not expected. And what this does is it forces modality to change. So for example, if we have a constant, let's see, so in this first example here, we have C9K and then colon equals, and that's initializing this thing as a constant, right? So it's set to 9999. And then in my my post block, so post block recreated, we set the previous value to C9K. So remember I said if you have a PRV, allows you to set a previous value. Here it says previous myvar equals C9K. So myvar, right? We just set a value to previous myvar. So this is sort of a clever way to get around modality, I guess. myvar is not expected to be 4 nines. So we would use this as a flag to force the output of a variable because it's going to be different than the previous value. Therefore, it will be output. So sort of like forcing it. The problem is what happens if the variable that you want actually is 4 nines. So forcing the previous value to different numbers is pointless. It won't work. There's a failure mode there. So the better technique, which you should use from now on in your post development, which I know you are because you're good post developers, is you can use the force command. And the way this works is Many posts will have a variable called result. Okay, you can see here, we have an example, which is sort of a catch-all throwaway variable. So result equals force, and that's the command. And then in parentheses, we have a range of variables. So here, in this example, first underscore var, comma, last underscore var. And what this will do is it will look at the variables in your post, okay, in the order they were declared, and it will take the first variable, in this case, first var, and last var, and every variable in between that you've declared, and it will force them next time that they are output. Okay. Alternately, if you want to force the output of only one variable, you can say result equals force and just include one variable name. So the next time myvar is going to be output, here we have force myvar, comma, myvar. The next time myvar is going to be output, no matter when it is, it will be forced and only the next time. So if you want to force myvar every time, then you would use the end switch in the format statement, which makes it non-modal, and then it will be output every single time. So in the format statement, let me see if that's in the PDF that was sent out to you. Yep. Okay. Okay, so we've been talking about modality. One thing I said we probably would not cover in format statements are these, they're not really advanced options, they're just less commonly used, but they definitely have their specific use cases. You have this, one second here. You have this N, okay? So remember, you plug in your number information. I'm looking at just a simple FS statement. Number information based on your decimals, separators. If you want rounding taking place to a specific digit, leading, trailing zeros, then you have N after that, which is optional. And what that means is it is non-modal, okay? So if you apply this N to a variable or a predefined variable, what that means is, hey, this thing is non-modal. So it will completely ignore modality and it will be output every single time. You don't have to place an asterisk or any sort of special symbol in front of it. Just be output every time. So that's something to keep in mind there as well. I think everyone probably knows this by now. Comments, use a pound sign to indicate a comment. MP ignores everything to the right of the pound sign. You can use it in the middle of a line, for example. So it's showing, it doesn't just have to be up against the margin or anything like that. It's recommended that you use comments to document your work. Post block calls happen when you place a post block name on a post line, which we've already done that too. We've created a post block and we've called other post blocks. So this is just saying that, hey, you can have a post block, call other post blocks as well. And there's some rules here. Nested post block calls are limited to 25 levels. That's a lot of levels. So And then a post block that calls itself is a recursive post block. It's not recommended because it could create an endless loop. So you don't want to get in that sort of situation where you make a call to a post block, excuse me, within a post block, because bad things could happen. You could crash your computer. So examples of post block calls. We sort of already worked through an example of this. And it says P branch, showing you can nest these things, right? You can nest post blocks. You can call post blocks from post lines. So P branch 2 says do something. P branch 1 calls P branch 2 and it says return through P branch 1. And then we this is our actual output here. It's our PSOF. It's a predefined post block. So we're saying outputting the literal start here. So I would expect this output to say, start here. And then we have an $E sign. So end of line. Then we call P branch 1. P branch 1 calls P branch 2, which says do something. And then after that, it says return through P branch 1, $E. So we go back to P branch 1, so it should say return through P branch 1. I ran out of room on my monitor, and then after that, we go back to our PSOF because we finished our P branch 1, which called P branch 2. It's confusing a little bit, and we get back and we have another post line that just says end here. So that should be our output. Start here, do something, return through P branch 1, and then end here. And yeah, so actually it looks the same as what we have here in our PowerPoint for the expected output. All right, so the good news is we are pretty much done with post blocks and post lines. And so tomorrow we'll start working with post commands and get into, let's see what we have on our agenda. We'll talk more about modality and we'll work through a couple of exercises, get into hopefully the debugger as well. Talk about Boolean expressions. So if then, while statements, things like that. And yeah, just sort of go from there. So yeah, it's 4:02 p.m. Eastern. So that's sort of all I had. I definitely encourage you to ask questions. Do you have any questions for me? And I'll be happy to answer them. And if I don't have an answer, I'll bug Rob or one of these other smart people here. Maybe Sam. Okay, so no questions, then let's go ahead and break for tomorrow. I'll see you guys in the morning. I do appreciate everyone's time and your interaction and helping out with the training today. So yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get quite a bit covered. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Jeremy, did you get my message or no?
Bye, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Yep, I did get it actually.
Do you have a couple minutes? I mean, if you're done
I
for the
do,
day, I
yeah.
totally understand. All right.
No,
That'd be-
that's fine. I can send you a Teams invite if you'd like, or
That'd be sweet.
however you want
That
to
works
do
out
that.
fine. Just fine.
Yeah. Cool. What's your email?
My email is going to be SHOODAK at OptiPro.
Okay.
Sweet. Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's just some basic. I guess for like a starting point for me, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get this. I've already saved it as something else, but I have a little router at home /mill, and I just want to write a basic post for it, not from scratch, more like tear down the generic mill post.
Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, we'll take a look. I'll shoot you an email with a Microsoft Teams invite here shortly, if that works for you.
Sweet. No, that's perfect, Jeremy. Thank you so much.
All right. Yep. We'll talk here shortly then. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll see you in here a second, man.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Later.